雨は好きですよ。天使の涙が汚れを落とし、すべての汚れを泥に変え、逃げ場を奪っていく。ですが、私は傘だけで、その裁きから逃れられるので。
Yo, what's going on, everybody? Xantos Vice here, and we are finally back with some more Punishing Gray Raven. I hope you guys are having a great day so far. Yep, I'm finally back, man. Back to the Punishing Gray Ravens, dude. I have missed playing this game, let me tell you. I mean, I do still play it for the daily grinds and stuff, you know, preparing for the DMC5 collab. But yeah, it's been a bit since we've actually done this. And like I said, it was either between this or Star Rail, because I still wanted to make a bit more progress on Atelier Yumi. I just wanted to save it, was it Trails in the Sky for like another day or something like that. Also, to let you guys know beforehand, I won't be streaming this Saturday, unfortunately. So I will be doing the Atelier Yumi stream on Friday instead, because I actually got a plan. I'm actually heading out for something with some friends on that day, so won't be streaming that day. At least most likely not. I don't know. It most likely won't, but we'll have to see. Anyway, where we last left off, we had finally finished River to Shine in the last chapter, and holy shit was it a crazy way to end it. I thought it was really cool how it actually kind of concludes everything as well. Also the fact that it's just that we don't remember anything that happened, because again, that was the other version of us that had saved the world. The one that was created from the experiments that Lithos and Vonnegut were creating, and that only Ishmael really knows the truth, whereas like the memory's kind of ingrained into their bodies, at least for Lucia and for the Commandant, but not so much that they can actually like believe that's actually true, or that they actually have a clear idea as to what actually happened. Hence why Lucia was still in a plume frame, and Lee had just gone into his hyperreal frame, because the tower never descended at that point, because again, like they said, it was too early for when it was supposed to happen. But it kind of has me wondering, are we no longer going to be dealing with a tower anymore? Like, is that just, have we completely avoided that whole circumstance, or is it still going to happen but just much later? I don't believe it will be much later, just because, again, it was a whole anomaly kind of thing, and had to do a lot revolving Agent Zero, but since we actually finally dealt with them, I doubt it would have anything to do with that. But now it kind of begs the big question, right? Who's the next enemy we really have to focus on right now? Because, again, we did away with, what was their name? It was, the one with that slimy rich guy. I don't remember what was the name of their group, but his that just, Kurino, yeah. We already dealt with Kurino and all their little side projects. We finally are done with them. Vonnegut's no longer around. At least I think so. But I mean, to be fair, there would still be the other, damn it, what? Damn, I'm forgetting a lot of the terminology for this. It really does suck. You know, ones like Alpha and Luna and them. So it's like, would there be a new leader? Was there already one who was going to be the next leader after Vonnegut? I'm not entirely sure. Because now we're actually kind of, when his existence, it was already kind of imprinted into the world anyway. It's just like the whole ending conclusion is just different. But anyway, that's me just summing up what happened last time. But now, yes, as you can tell from the title of the stream for today, we're actually going to do an interlude a floating record this time. And yes, I know, why the hell am I just skipping all the way to it right now? Well, I'll be honest, it just really piqued my interest. That's my main thing, you know? Like, there are definitely ones that it's like I want to tackle immediately, that I really would like to do. Like, Sands of Wrath, One Day Breaks, Soar and Beyond, The Long Goodbye, and Crescent Sun, obviously. But, again, I still got a ways to go before I can do that. Wait, it said I had to do Silent Night. Oh, God. Wait, was that this? That wouldn't be this one, right? Oh no, it's an interlude, my bad, for the Wanshi one, because I forgot that's something completely different. But yeah, we're going to focus on the one with Lilith, because I'm actually kind of interested in what she's going to be all about. Because again, we knew she worked for Vonnegut, but I was like, does she also do her own thing, or is she actually like closely related to like the group that they have, or what? So we probably won't do all of it, but I'll at least try to hopefully hopefully cut to half. I mean, it looks like there's only 21 here, and if it's not too long of a thing, and it's her own separate story, similar to like how we did for like other people, then I think it should be fine, unless it's like no one's in it. That was like incredibly long. But to be fair, we did need the structure to really understand his situation and how he came to be the person that he is. So I don't know. I'd be interested to see how this works out. Croupier, Taylor, Sassett, Spy. Turns her head as she softly calls out the shopkeeper's name. Los Prados, friend of Transatlantic, okay. The layout here differs from other parts of Los Prados. The low antique row houses conceal their tranquility beneath dark stonework, like modest accents to the golden city beyond the horizon. Swirling snow weave together into a downy blanket, absorbing even the faintest sounds into pure whiteness. The world here is suspended, dreamlike in its stillness. The girl in a lavish gown gently pushes the door open, its hinges swing through an exaggerated arc. The chimes tremble with a clear, crisp sound as the cold draft sweeps through the hall. You're right. Sorry, She spreads her fingers suddenly and instinctively brings them to her lips, seemingly surprised by this small mishap. Because the brass handle pulls it inward, sending it to room's warmth. Welcome to Rosewater Taylor's shop. There you are, Eleanor. The ticketly groomed man offers a subtle bow, welcoming his visitor into his establishment. Hello, Mr. Shopkeeper. Please, there's no need for such formality. I should be the one apologizing for disturbing you at this hour. How could Eleanor's visit during our regular business hours be considered as a disturbance? Besides creating custom-tailored pieces for clients, it is my personal interest. This must be another order from Madame Manzano, I presume. How is she doing? Is her business still thriving? Seems I realize that small talk sounds somewhat stilted, probably an awkward smile. As you can see, making a living with needle and thread leaves me little opportunity to frequent entertainment venues. The situation over there, I can only ever learn about it during my customers' conversations. It's alright. The city wasn't built entirely for card games. There will always be those like you, Mr. Shopkeeper. People who take more pleasure in life's quiet routines than in chasing endless profit. The girl steers our conversation with impeccable grace. Yeah, I mean, that was actually pretty smooth. My aunt is doing well. You see, the order I brought today is a gift she prepared for herself. And as the shopkeeper maintains a relaxed expression, a barely perceptible flicker of unease passes through his eyes. Oh, let me guess. A collar piece? A cloak? No, it must be a hat decoration, right? The girl doesn't respond, instead pulls out a silk-bound parchment scroll from her handbag. Though an outdated recording method, it hardly seems out of place in this shop that still uses a carbon granular telephones. When it comes to my aunt's tastes, well, no one understands them quite like you. Sharp-looking middle-aged man adjusts his gold-rimmed glasses with a slight polish of his necklace. He reviews the items that's in the order. 8-inch crocheted lace handkerchief, feather accessories. You're here at just the right time. Fresh batch of top-quality materials just arrived for early winter. While conversing with his visitor, he searches through the cabinet for a wooden box containing feathers. He pulls out a narrow purple box, proudly displaying its contents to his visitor. Sourced from blackbird habitats in the southern peninsula of Los Prados. These are nothing like the bionic feathers you see everywhere. And even the goldfinch, which never visits this inland region even during migration. Our shop has managed to collect feathers from this rare creature as well. Here you are. If you have any additional requirements, feel free to let me know. The girl's gaze lingers on the blackbird feather, silk-fine barbs clinging to a dark blue-black shaft. Even summer mosquitoes are extinct. Being able to collect bird feathers from the forest is a true luxury. Everything that allows us to reach the stars comes from the earth itself. Before we set foot among the cosmos, isn't preserving our homeland's treasures and our memories the best way to honor her? Jenna picks up the feather, resting on velvet, examining it carefully for a moment. Look at me, going off on tangents again. Carefully replacing the blackbird feather in its case, the shopkeeper, suddenly aware of his impropriety, redirects his attention to the girl. I'll take this one. The style is the same as usual. Great choice. As for the matching lace fabric, let me get some samples from the storage room for you to choose. Thank you. Would you like something to drink? The weather has been terribly cold lately. I prepared some black tea in the lounge area. Sugar cubes and maple syrup are on the table. Help yourself. Following the shopkeeper's gaze, the girl notices a low tea table newly added to one side of the shop. An elegant metal teapot that looks almost like a decorative display piece. Mr. Shopkeeper certainly thinks of everything. As I always say, everyone should frequent little shops like this more often. Madre's Zero Energy Cowboy, Lucky 38. Forget tourists. Even the locals spend all day in those colorful casino halls. Yo, what's up, AZN Turtle? How you doing, man? Great to see you. Hunger can be satisfied at all-you-can-eat buffets, of course, but none of those places have the hot drinks you prepare, Mr. Shopkeeper. Access to a puzzling surprise shouldn't be reserved of lavish praise and the shopkeeper's kindness. Girl declined his offer of tea, instead wandering around the shop, examining everything. Come to think of it, I hadn't noticed before that you installed a new workbench outside the counter, Mr. Shopkeeper. Takes a position at the angled wooden counter. Some customers' requests require little effort, adjusting stitches, trimming fabric, or simply reattaching a cufflink. At times like this, I work more like a street cobbler. I can solve your needs right here at the counter, and you can be on your way without wasting a moment. Shopkeeper's enthusiasm fades slightly. The girl keenly catches his brief, but a natural hesitation before he responds. Speaking of time, I suppose you need to leave early for the evening banquet? Just a moment. I'll go get the lace samples. Clearly uninterested in further conversation, he turns toward the shop's storage room. It's a sound he couldn't mistake. The flip-top workstation creaks open, resting slightly against the elegant wall decoration. His nerve-ending scream in alarm. Girl pulls out a pair of silver long-handled scissors from under the table. Sharp blade slices through the air. His ears catch the heavy muffled thud that follows. What the fuck? I did not think it was gonna turn out like this. I thought it was literally just him doing a job. Then comes the dull pain spraying through the body like ink dripping into blood vessels. Foam already bubbles in the shopkeeper's store, drowning with vocal cords and dark red liquor gushing forth. Shh, Mr. Agent from Poland. At least your disguise was convincing. Wait, what? Oh my god. Let me guess, he was meant to have this little shop so then he could like be in the background and watch over like her boss, right? Manzano, I think they said. Damn. Embroidery scissors, long-handled shears, buttonhole cutters, serrated scissors. You went through all that trouble collecting such fine tools. Never imagined they'd be used like this, would you? Damn. She literally used his own weapons against him. Liquid stains the double-breasted vest crimson. A black suit jacket has fallen to the floor during his struggle. His tense, blood-filled muscles stretch the fabric of his shirt, revealing a robust physique that contradicts his craftsmanship, grasping persona. These scissors entered through your coastal arm. By all accounts, they should have only pierced your spleen. But thanks to the blade's length, that heart in your chest also gets to experience its sharpness. And like fresh grapes is different. Oh my god. I swear, they are always so vivid with their descriptions about this, about the violence. But hey, I respect it. I guess it is at least better than actually showing it. Don't need stuff like Mortal Kombat, that kind of weird ass shit going on. With liquid resembling nectar brewed deep in his trachea. Come on, can't speak anymore. Seems to accidentally pierce your lungs as well. So filthy. How undignified. Even my clothes. Altered instincts finally override his shop. Shopper only steadies himself, veins bulging as his hands lunge toward the small figure in the lounge dress before him. Trying to get my dress dirty too? Don't be so stingy now. More nimbly dodges to one side, letting the Diamond's final struggle waste away in meeting its momentum. His limbs still twitch, but the body lying on the peachwood floor no longer contains life. What a bother. More physical labor for me now. Shows the shopkeeper's hands, feeling rough calluses between his thumbs and index fingers. But coated skin formed from years of handling firearms. Then she skillfully drags the corpse to the storage room behind the counter. The cramped, lightless space contains all the shopkeeper's secrets, but the assassin no longer needs to verify them one by one. Her raising her right index finger using her nails to trace an incomplete arc and a cross in the darkness. Stewart gently locking the door behind him. No, dear. Not it. I'm gonna still get my sleep statement done. Voice gives nothing but surprise and regret. Crimson stains now drying between folds of dark purple fabric become impossible to discern. The arterial blood spatter is surprisingly neat. Very quickly cleans the floor where hydrogen peroxide wipes from her handbag. Minutes later, it's as if nothing ever happened in the shop. Damn it, she's a pro. Confirming everything has been taken care of, the girl returns to the main shop from the hidden room. Mr. Shopkeeper? Mr. Shopkeeper? Mr. Rosewater? The girl stands between the workbench and display case, tilting her head as she softly calls out the shopkeeper's name. The echo chamber of metal pure wood remains utterly silent. Oh, making it seem like she's just like waiting for him for business as usual. How thoughtless of me, expecting shop to be open on Christmas Eve. I almost forgot. She examines the treasure on the counter, noticing faint crimson streaks running through the back black feathers. Not that Aunt would mind. After all, a blackbird's true colors are black and red. Besides, she'll also bring back the classified dossier for the workstation as a gift for Aunt, won't she? I'll take the sample. It's for the lace. We'll discuss that later. The girl slips the purple slender box into her handbag, then lifts her gaze toward the street beyond the display window. Conceals the true color of the row of low buildings, and she knows that beyond the horizon, the city center presents an entirely different scene. Falling snow traces delicate diagonal lines, like celestial ladders inviting people into a world of pure white. Under Babylonia's dome, I might see living birds again. At least that's what Aunt promised. Kelly strokes the curtains, causing the tassels to scrape against the glass with a delicate tinkling sound. Then the girl leaves the shop. Turning past the alley by the tailor shop, the street scene suddenly opens up. Falling snow has ceased. Stylish decorations and signs adorn the buildings, yet the scattered pedestrians refuse to linger and admire them. They're eager to return to the wharf indoors, to enjoy their feast of turkey and eggnog. Some, however, appear to be in a rather undue haste. A figure collided with her head on, nearly sending the girl tumbling on the ground. The package in the newcomer's hand falls into the street. I should be the one apologizing. I was completely distracted while walking. Throwing herself into a poised crouch, she gathers the leather folio on the floor. Her peripheral vision catches the gold stamped pattern on the package. Rosewater. Ah, shit. Some hand in rosewater. Your things. Are you hurt? No, thanks. She accepts the offered package with a curt word of thanks. Merry Christmas. As she acknowledges the courtesy, the stranger remains shrouded beneath her hood, her face unreadable in the dim light. And a second past, diverge once more, footprints forming two parallel lines in the snow. My dress got wet after all. The girl notices traces of melted snowflakes on the hem of her skirt and mutters a complaint to herself. Damn, I was not expecting something like that right off the bat. Wait, so do I have 11? Oh wait, no, this is gonna be like this stuff, right? 8-shot revolver, 6 trigger pulls, 6 empty chambers. The answer was clear. What, is this like me learning an assassin story? Hell, I'm for it. Okay, that's what I love about this game. It's like, it's not too linear with just like, oh, like the gore and the death and whatever. It's like, we'll have moments where it's like a different kind of story, like a spy movie, an action movie, an assassin. A bit like inspirational artists and stuff like that. It's like, damn, they really try to cover as many genres as possible. I think they do a good job with the storytelling and like the pacing, you know? Because in some cases, some things don't need to be too long. For some, actions can speak louder than words, so actually taking part in fights or actually like going around the map and actually fighting against opponents and looking for clues or whatever, it fits certain characters. Whereas for other times, it kind of needs more like conversations and interactions with other people because it expands on like their relationships and what they do outside. and even like checking some of their inner thoughts as well when it comes to like certain turning points of the story, which I think is really clever. And again, very efficient by making sure it's like not everything has to be super long that it takes hours upon hours upon hours of doing it. Old friend never should have raised a Vibrian like you. He told me so himself before he died. Oh, God forgive me. I mean, before I pass away. And to think he named you the sole beneficiary in his will. That's just like him, soft-hearted to his dying breath. If you weren't like that, he wouldn't have been wrapped around Phyllis's finger. 9:50 p.m., July 13th. Nothing but a leech sucking blood from a wild boar's hide. Even calling this toying with him would be giving him too much credit. As for that old bastard, absolutely disgusting. I'll spare him the lobotomy, but if a blade could carve into his brain and cut out those memories, I'd be more than happy to oblige. You all saw it. This person is cheating. This is your own damn incompetence. Stop blaming others. The rough shout yanks her from her thoughts. The smile clicks on automatically. The argument grows quite intense, with both participants even knocking their chairs to the floor. Is there a problem, gentlemen? It's alright. Just speak to me like you usually do. The figure in the purple dress strides quickly into the table, specific words betraying a maturity that belies her youthful face. The accuser is freed mid-sentence. Even the uninvolved players are in them. Casual attitude is evaporating. Eleanor, let me explain. Usually we all bet about 2.5 times. What kind of person would bet 10 times in a game like this? Now that's what I call playing smart and dangerous. Maybe take some notes, rookie. Shut up. Spittle flies from his mouth, flecking the neighboring player's face before he suddenly hunches over, giving it to her to grab beside him. Look, he never showed his cards. We all just figured the bastard got lucky and let it slide. Then comes the flip, and suddenly his pocket aces, including the ace of hearts. That does sound like rare good fortune. Which part of the game are you dissatisfied with, sir? Echo calmly intervenes in the dispute. These days, mechanoids handle all the dealings and shuffling. I know your equipment here is the most reliable. Look, I've played long enough to know every card that's hit the table. That bastard cheated. That's basic skills. Stop flaunting it. Cut to the chase. Don't play coy after cheating. You already pulled the ace of hearts once. How the hell does a perfect duplicate just appear? Such a cheap trick, and you still have the audacity to... His accusations are drowned out by the grumbling of surrounding players, and you get a win big, fill their pockets. Only tolerate such waste of their time. We use the city standardized arbitration system. If you don't mind, we can pull this table's dealer records. I don't mind at all. My hands are completely clean. Let's do this and expose that bastard's true colors. Just a moment, please. Fingers fly across the panel behind the mechanoid dealer. A holographic replay of the entire game flickers to life above the table. Motion attracts attention from neighboring tables. The face of the player raising objections gradually contorts. The artificial construct circuits are clearly recorded every second of the game, but no evidence supporting his claims. There must be something wrong. I remember it crystal clear. You ever guess are eager to start a new round? I'm sure you understand, sir. If you'd like to investigate further, I can cash out your winnings now and we can continue this discussion in security. The smile remains radiant, but the steel in her voice leaves no room for misinterpretation. Hesitates for just a moment, then backs down with a dismissive wink. Go ahead with your business, Miss Eleanor. I can handle things here myself. As the situation settles, the players start shouting for the mechanoids to shuffle the deck again, Billy unfazed by how abrupt their shift in attitude is. Sharp sound of metal hitting the table quiets the crowd once again. Why don't we settle this the traditional way, shall we? Challenges his opponent who had just won the previous round with a stroke of luck. His right elbow rests casually on the edge of the table, a revolver grip. Oh, fuck! We're gonna play Russian roulette? Didn't expect your taste to be so antiquated. Some traditions are worth keeping, like human dealers. These machines took all the fun out of arguing with the house. Every fair game needs a referee, no matter what form it takes. I propose we let Eleanor load the bullets. What do you think? I have nothing to hide, nothing to fear. And the winner accepts the challenge, the room erupts in whistles and cheers. While the law protects the right to carry firearms, such alleged behavior is rarely seen in daily life. A smile lines the two even more exaggerated arc. Ensuring the safety of our guests' lives and property is a fundamental principle of this establishment and all of Los Prados. As she speaks, she swiftly seizes the weapon from the challenger's hand, completely ignoring its owner's belated protest. Hey you, careful! That thing can easily... This is about my dignity! Don't worry, I'll finish this game for you. Letting a guest take part in such a dangerous duel is a serious lapse on my part, isn't it? Then the girl skillfully inspects the chamber and hammer, as if handling a child's toy. Her face lights up with pleasant surprise. A Copperfield Fosbury double-action repeating revolver. What a rare find these days. 8 chambers of .357 Magnum rounds. A meticulous recreation of vintage craftsmanship, designed exclusively for collectors, and deserving of equally exceptional rules. 8 chambers? Speaks of her way into my familiarity. I guess I'm gonna have to remember that 8 chambers thing later on. Let me guess, it's a lie. Speaks of her... The bulky revolver doesn't look out of place in her slender white fingers. Rather, it creates the impression that she is the weapon's rightful owner. I place the gun back at the table. You'll be loading 2 bullets, mister. This makes the chance of failure 1 in 4. Ah, no, it is, isn't it? She's just lying. Like, the chamber, it's like 8? I mean, maybe there is a gun that has 8 chambers in it, but don't they usually come with 6? Or am I wrong with that? I don't know. I never really looked at like the blueprints or anything like that of guns, and I don't play what do you call that? I don't play the FPS games either, so I wouldn't really know anything. And yeah, let me guess. What I meant by the 6 chambers, 6 bullets, it actually has just 6 chambers like any other gun. And she just loaded it all with bullets, didn't she? And probably because it's an antique gun, it's like probably the guy doesn't even know how many chambers are actually in the gun, because he just uses it as a thread and nothing else. The girl from left, she unexpectedly raises the stakes of the game. All looks around the table and gasp at the same time. Of course, I wouldn't dare ask our guests for anything as crude as money. If I'm fortunate enough to win, I only hope that you can fulfill one small wish of mine. What do you say? The sound of excitement electrifies everyone's nerves. Card players are throwing all thoughts of prize pools and strategies to the wind, their eyes firmly locked on the unfolding drama. No objections here. Let's do it. Please. She raises her pinky finger and elegantly grips the barrel, offering the handle to the challenger. The fidgety man swaps the weapon. He snatches the weapon, surely flips over the cylinder, pulls out a handful of bright yellow bullets from his pocket with his left hand. Flicks the bullet into the air and then spins the curved cylinder. Letting the rotating chamber catch the smooth falling ground. Small feat of dexterity is another round of rocking cheese. I'll go first. Before his words even finish, he presses the gun barrel against his temple and savagely pulls the trigger. But the crowd's thirst for blood goes unfulfilled. The gunpowder explosion they were expecting didn't happen. The weapon malfunctions, seemingly due to the lack of lubrication. The mechanism engages, but the cylinder remains completely stuck. My, you're certainly impatient. No matter. It's only proper to let our guest go first. But since it's jammed, perhaps I should be the one to take the first shot. Takes the weapon from her opponent, noticing the grip feels oddly sticky to the touch. Well then, I'll begin. The briefly interrupted atmosphere of excitement flares back to life as she presses the barrel to her forehead and, with perfect composure, pulls the trigger. The static atmosphere freezes for an instant, then resumes to flow with the absence of any gunshot. Bed calling, insults, indecipherable murmurs, even disappointed wails all erupt uncontrollably from the crowd. This gives the very essence of thrill, and this long-absent high-stakes showdown shatters the pretenses of normally dignified gamblers. A near-primal frenzy surges through the hall, bubbling to the brink of explosion. What a shame. It seems I survived. Well then, your turn, sir. An instant smile, she extends a revolver. The combination is enough to push the challenger's nerves to the edge of hysteria. Turn of events he never saw coming. I know it's just a pampered rich girl who happens to know her way around a card table. Why would she possibly be so adept at this kind of game? The delicate crescents of her smiling eyes curved like scythe blades. A fleeting thought that sent a chill down his spine. Okay, I'll do it. She just gavel hovers, poised for a verdict that never comes. Let's begin another round. Girl, challenger, girl, challenger, girl, challenger. 6 shots in merely moments. If the seasoned player feels like a century at bat. Wait, what? Oh no, so I guess maybe it does have me. 6 trigger pulls, 6 empty chambers. The answer was clear. The revolver returns to Eleanor's hand, heavy with the weight of death itself. I withdraw my challenge. Do you hear me? I'm not playing anymore. Both bullets are in Miss Eleanor's hands. Let's say fortune favors her. Do we call this her win? Either arguments search from all directions, only to be dispersed by the decisive word of the one controlling the game. That won't do, you know. Rules are the foundation of any game. They're not just casino protocol. They're my promise to all of my guests. Promises are not to be changed on a whim. So the blood seeps into the air as the hall spirals into chaos. I forgot to mention something to you. I never believe in luck. I only believe in probability. It's the gun barrel once again. Across the strike of the hammer, it tastes the noise replacing the chaos with undisturbed deadly silence. 1 second, 2, 3. The exploding explosion everyone expects still hasn't arrived. The man across the table forces it, his reflexively closed eyes open, seeing through the haze Eleanor's mysterious purple hair and composed smile still intact. The girl remains unharmed. Smile lands like a droplet in the still pause and ripples out from the card table, spreading through the gathered crowd. The revolver is empty. He accuses others of cheating when he's the one cheating himself. That's impossible. I saw with my own eyes the bullet he tossed fall back into the chamber. If the one who had been making false accusations loses his composure, utterly shocked by the result, that defies all logic. No need to be so harsh on this gentleman, everyone. The game isn't over yet. How can we jump to conclusions? She pulls the trigger again. In that instant, the hammer and cylinder nearly complete their task in unison. She's lost her mind. No, the cylinder is actually... But how did she... Maintaining such high experience in the face of death, this behavior can certainly be called madness. Every movement of the girl is measured and deliberate, as if she refuses to tarnish her status as the owner of the establishment. The sound of hammer striking an empty chamber rings out again, unsurprisingly, leaving her feeling somewhat deflated. What pleasure is there in a game you know you'll win? I've completed the final shot. It seems I'm the survivor. I was supposed to be entertaining my guests, and I went ahead and won our duel. But you'll forgive me, won't you, sir? One of them was supposed to die. Saying something cheating by the game's rules, both surviving should count as a tie. The man across the table has lost the ability to speak. He stares at his opponent, his every facial muscle pulling in a different direction, as if unsure what expression to wear. No, that's impossible! How did you know? Oh my, are you confused, sir? He boldly flips open a revolver cylinder and dumps its contents under the table. With 2 soft clinks, a pair of knuckle-sized metal cylinders come to rest among the playing cards. The spectators nearest the duelist swiftly grab the cylinders, holding them up for a closer look at the evidence. He's the one who cheated. These are clearly 2 empty shells. Oh, I see. So regardless, he wouldn't have any force, actually. I see. Clever. Damn it, I dropped frames already? Bro, it's not even hot in this room. What gives? Ah, boy. Again, this usually happens when I play like a The Legend of Heroes game. Okay, now for some reason it's actually getting one. What the hell? You have the nerve to criticize me? You're nothing but a bluffing charlatan. As at the satisfaction of having reaffirmed his innocence while the onlookers around him finally relax their tense nerves. No one turns to the disgraced man. All eyes stay locked on the girl as if she's the only one left standing in the spotlight. The standard Copperfield Fosbury double action revolver weighs 56 ounces. 1,587 grams unloaded. She knows people are desperate for an explanation. This gentleman has exquisite taste. The embellishments on his gun are rather refined. With agate and diamond inlays on the grip and a gold-plated barrel, the unloaded gun weighs around 1,800 grams. Standard .357 caliber Magnum rounds are somewhat heavier than regular ammunition. To be precise, 15 grams per bullet. So the total weight after loading 2 bullets should be 1,830. Perhaps a bit more. But when you've only loaded 2 empty shell casings, the weight is practically indistinguishable from an unloaded gun. Oh, I see. So when he tossed the gun, that's when when she already figured it out. Casual tonally brings about an even more profound sound. But damn, that's clever. Because, again, he just wanted to use the situation to make her tense. Because, given the order, he already had the advantage in the game. He would have been found out, so by saying, you know what, I'll spare you risking your life in this game anymore. Because if they actually did have bullets, it would have been certain. But again, the problem is, like, if they had spun it around before then, and he couldn't keep track of, like, where the bullet was, then he would have accidentally got shot, so that was his way of controlling the game, where it would be a tie, or no, actually, for a win by having the girl forfeit. But again, since she didn't, he had to call it over for a tie instead. Make it seem like he's actually trying to be nice. Because if the game had gone over, then they would have figured it out. Damn. She even used that trap against him. A skilled player can remember the whereabouts of every suit and every single card. Manipulating dice and such minor tricks are child's play to them. I merely picked up the basics of estimating measurements while working at the bar. Just applying what I've learned on the fly. I'm so nowhere near as skilled as you, my guests. She feigns embarrassment at her own display, offering a delicate bow to those seated on either side of the table. Well, what do you think now, sir? That's impossible! No one could be that perceptive, especially not some little exasperated man catches up mid-sentence while the rest of his disrespectful remark. That was just a little playful banter to lighten the mood. You're absolutely right. How could anyone possibly distinguish a mere difference of a few grams? This type of magnum is loaded with a miniature high-explosive rounds, packing more gunpowder than usual. That's why they typically have flat tips. When I noticed you deliberately using that sleight of hand while loading, I'd already figured out most of it. Ah, I see. Because I was thinking it was like, seeing him do that trick, right? It was just a sense of misdirection. Clever. Trying to seem show off, trying to seem like a pro with this, again, was also going to be another way of showing, like, he wouldn't lose this kind of game, so forfeit now. As well as just grabbing their attention. Flap-tip bullets and empty shells are truly difficult to distinguish without careful examination. Still, your technique is quite skillful. You must have predicted it throughout your professional career. Whether he's a second-rate hitman or a third-rate private detective makes no difference to her. An opponent who willingly exposes their weaknesses isn't worth the effort. City guards! Where are the city guards? Get this disgraceful wretch thrown out of here! That's right. Don't spoil our fun. Here begins shoving one, never only to freeze at the sound of metal striking the floor. Girl picks up the moon umbrella laying beneath her chair and taps it against the floor. Everyone around her suddenly realized she hadn't come unprepared. No need to rush off just yet. Availing the prize is the most enjoyable part of any game. Wouldn't you agree? As the winner, my wish is quite simple. This gentleman acted on impulse, and I kindly ask everyone to consider today's little drama water under the bridge. However, that baseless accusations go unchecked, and soon there are no rules. Turns her head, her smile cutting like a safe blade to the perpetrator. Since you're such a skilled veteran, mister, your budget must be quite substantial. After all, an employer like yours wouldn't offer a low salary, would they? Her oddest cryptic words that only her target could comprehend. Ah. You... How did you... Man's abandoned all will to resist. His words spelling out instinctively from whatever thoughts formed in his mind. My goodness. Prying into a lady's secrets is rather discourteous, don't you think? Anyway, thank you for providing everyone with such an exciting match. It's been quite some time since I've had this much fun. The guests are still in high spirits, so today's drinks will be on you. Before the man can even react, the whole burst into cheers. Awkwardly forced a stiff smile, waved to acknowledge the people around him. Mechanical waiters glide through the crowd, their trays cutting slender paths like icebreakers through packed snow. Gossip, alcohol, and a high roller covering everyone's tab. Another night of revelry is in full swing in Los Prados. The girl had already vanished by the exit before the party even began. Throughout the entire encounter, she behaves as if unaware of the pair of eyes wandering from the corner of the hall. Interesting. Interesting. What a promising young talent. Oh, Nemo, right? Or Vonnegut before he became one. Status update? According to surveillance data, Lucky 38's visitor count was higher than usual, so I went to inspect the main hall myself, and took care of a little dispute. Something serious enough to drag you out personally? Some mechanoids acting up again? I'm afraid it was something more serious than that. Get to the point. Although the perpetrator's handgun was modified, I can confirm it's a standard model from the Polaroid division of the Colonial Intelligence Bureau. Oh! I see. Once again, Colonel just trying to get whatever they can get their hands on. I'm not sure why he would deliberately expose his identity, but this means Colonel's people are back. Switches out the communicator hidden under her hat brim, and walks toward the high-rise apartment across the from the parking lot outside the hall. City and stuff. I have to say, even though there's no fighting going, I am really enjoying this so far. Spotlight stained the early summer night sky in a mesmerizing brownish purple hue. Section 1A, Introduction Overview. Repeal Article 1092 of the current Science and Technology Progress and Safeguard Act. Human classification criteria shall derive solely from morphological, behavioral, or phenotypic markers. No governing entity may deny. Searches against natural persons based on their genome or genetic profile, whether altered or not, are prohibited. Human experimentation shall not be conducted for the purpose of obtaining biological materials or research data, nor using healing herbs. Oh, I see. Right, that law. Oh, right, okay, so that's what this act is. It was that from long ago. Modify natural person genomes, including non-human artificial DNA, retain human classification. No natural person, or any part of their body, may be owned by any individual or organization. Human cloning is prohibited. Huh, wow, wonder who broke that law. July 13th, front page headline of the Transatlantic Herald. The World Government Parliament passes the Human Right to Life and Biomedical Test Subject Protection Act with an overwhelming majority, and DEFRO in May Human Experimentation Contract Program is terminated. Oh, right. Yes, this project. Yes. We had talked about that in the earlier chapters before. Like what Colonel was doing and all that. Whoa, who the hell is this? Yo, she looks cool. The hat, the gold, the white and the black. And the eyes. Damn. Like seriously, her eyes are like so sharp at the same time. It's like they're fierce. But just like, kind of like a tiger, just like waiting to pounce on the prey. Is that like a snake like her earrings too, or something else? Progress always comes at a cost. That's old news, isn't it? It's just our definitions of acceptable costs have never quite aligned. With such dismal results, your efforts were truly a waste of time. She browsed through the news section of her handheld terminal, taking a light sip of the iced tea that her guest had eagerly volunteered to prepare. You've added a bit too much rum. The sweetness even overpowers the tequila's kick. If my niece were mixing this, she'd certainly add some white mint to salvage it. Sets the slender glass down, offering a dry critique. I even went out of my way to learn from a bartender friend. Perhaps you could consider an experience of a unique flavor. Smooth-talking blonde man blinks. Speaking of which, you came up from the Lucky 38 Casino. You already met my niece. From what I know, your people have some issues with her. Since when did Polaroid agency operatives get this careless? Exposing their identities in public of all places. Just a bit of unnecessary misdirection. Since that private detective we recruited is playing a conspicuous fool, I can move freely while blending into the crowd. Ah, I see. Make it seem like that was their only operative and that they were just foolish enough to get caught in something that they shouldn't have. Wow, literally just a lamb to the slaughter. Of course, your sharp-eyed niece, still saw through it. Besides Eleanor, I doubt anyone else would have recognized what was so special about that revolver. This kind of verbal sparring is more of a customary greeting between them before they get down to business. In the end, Kurna just doesn't buy into Project Eden's feasibility. Of course, the zero-point engine has been proven theoretically, so successful experiments are just a matter of time. But the colony ship's ecological life support, Nobody's ever guaranteed that. Initial population, reproduction model, shipboard ecosystems, too many variables. Picture this, a colossal ship with limitless power, taking a decade just to hit 25% light speed. Sadly, she had barely left the Oort cloud before the passengers on board drowned in their own excrement and carbon dioxide. The ghost ship speeds onward to its new homeland. Forever twisted sense of humor, he hooks his thumbs and gestures where both hands have mimics a pair of wings. This forces a hollow chuckle to her nose. Is that why you've pinned your hopes on human augmentation? Exactly. But the meteor is such a hassle. Originally, Kurino provided compensation to the families. The death row inmates voluntarily signed up as the test subjects. It was clearly a win-win situation. Yet exposés keep popping up in the papers, claiming we mistreat death row inmates. I've drafted several public safety information control acts. Unfortunately, my parliament colleagues lack the necessary awareness. The details mentioned in this report by your dear friends in the media seem far more dramatic than a mere scandal. An explosion recently occurred at a secret research facility under the Kurino Group, accelerating the deliberation and voting process for related legislation. Manzano picks up her datapad again, scrolling through the screen while quoting the news in a decidedly sarcastic tone. The path to becoming gods is a dead end, so we're left to live out our mortal lives. In the end, your stance is won, former director of North American Institute of Ecological Sciences. After all, the human body has its limits. You have no choice but to follow your vision, launch the cradle of its self-sustaining ecosystem into the stars. Wait, the cradle? Ah, no, not this shit again. Wait, am I remembering the right cradle that they're talking about? Not like the individual, but... Damn it, what was that project? Bauman takes the loss in stride. He even offers compliments in response. These days, people just call me the mogul of Los Prados. Thank your brother and his wife for dropping dead. You as Eleanor's guardian clean up nicely. She gets the inheritance, you get the territory. Everybody wins. Ah, I see, so that's what I was kind of talking about before. You're here to secure budget for Kurino. You really don't know your place. Come on, no need to be so harsh. I need your help this time. The new Nihilus Air Force Base has been repurposed as Los Prados spaceport. The surrounding infrastructure still houses military, industrial, and launch facilities. The 32nd generation space environment simulator has been validated by Tsiolkovsky Aerospace City. But even if a colony ship can linger in deep space, the longevity of a functional human society within this ecosystem remains an open question. Kurino has gotten where they are today by following one principle: never putting all their eggs in one basket. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, that is how Kurino still lasted this long, even with a lot of their branches being exposed. The Institute's expertise is the key, and the Air Force's base facilities are the keyhole. Let's turn the lock and reopen Project Bacchanal, and weave a new future for the far side of Madame Manzano. Ah, great. Dude, how many more projects do they have? Come on, why can't y'all just give up? His voice was with enthusiasm, his invitation morphing into a fervent pitch. Since when did you pick this bad habit of discussing business without bringing money? Where's the budget? The rhetoric cuts to the chase. Years ago, Kurino axed Manzano's project, diverting resources to their so-called next big thing, starving the North American Ecological Sciences Institute of funds. Ah, I see. So they're trying to buy back into an alliance. Are you serious? Damn, that is shameless. But yeah, it's like, come on. You're gonna have to give her something equal to this project and more. Especially considering it's like, oh, now you want the project? Pumping endless resources into improving the life support systems? That's just delusional. Ah, so that's what that was supposed to be. Humans are not sending themselves to outer space. They're bringing the Earth's ecosystem there. That was your line when you shuttered our institute. So Kurino's new plan is rounding up death row inmates, hoping to cook up superhumans who can survive deep space. Don't you find it laughable? I get your frustration. That's why we've secured an unlikely backer. Should I call him a man of the hour? Anyway, he still has some business to attend to and is expected to visit Los Prados in October. Discuss further project details with you.
Jokes stop being funny when they bounce. You want to know what happens to those who write checks they can't cash? Take a stroll through the cemetery on the outskirts of town.
I'm merely a public servant who happens to occupy a seat in the world government parliament. Powerless without influence, completely clean. Being a messenger is the extent of what I can do. As for the nightlife at Los Prados, it remains as exhilarating as ever. They say even old Copperfield raves about the summer light shows. As I'm here, I might as well see what the fuss is about. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Blond man flicks his bangs aside with an exaggerated flair and straightens up from the plush leather sofa.
Let it be. For the sake of our years of working together, here's a little reminder. The city guards here are all former veterans of Colonel's Armed Division. If you want a peaceful vacation, better not stir up any trouble.
Rest assured, Madam Mogul, I've always been forthright. Never defer payments, and don't play petty tricks. Ah, you must be Miss Eleanor. What a coincidence. You finished dealing with all the trouble.
Are you a guest of my aunt's? I apologize for subjecting you to such a spectacle.
No. I should be thanking you, miss. Such a spectacular roulette duel. It's the first I've witnessed in my entire life.
I still have matters to discuss with her Kefart.
Or Kephart, however you want to pronounce it. The dismissal echoes from the other side of the room. First time Manzano has addressed him directly by name. I'll leave you two alone then. Good night, ladies. Damn, this story's getting really interesting already.
Is there a chance he's eavesdropping? By the sound of his footsteps, he hasn't gone very far. He's well aware of the surveillance everywhere. He wouldn't be foolish enough to make that mistake.
Zano tilts her chin toward the terminal on the table.
Just as you instructed, Aunt, Los Prados' resources are about to be redirected to your old project, aren't they? I have no doubts about his proposal itself. What's suspicious is what happened to you earlier. An off-the-books detective from the Poland agency working with a Colonel-affiliated counselor. That's a clear violation of the group's confidentiality protocols. And that old man, he's got deep pockets. He almost never brings in outside investors. The memory uploading and human modification research has just encountered setbacks. And then ecological sphere research is abruptly restarted. This is far too coincidental.
The girl stands up quietly by the sofa and then, as if suddenly enlightened, gives the hostess a knowing smile.
I remember. You often told me to examine things with proper scrutiny. It sees opportunities when they arise.
The girl consciously offers a suggestion, but Manzano wastes no time seizing control of the conversation.
A lucky hand might seem like pure chance at first, but once you run the numbers, it becomes clear. It's most likely a trap set by your opponent in cahoots with the dealer. However, even a temporary advantage can become a turning point. The key is seizing it at the right moment. Well, you can't play a counterattack without holding the right cards. Yes, a manipulated game carries risks, but the payout is correspondingly unmatched. I don't recall asking for your advice.
Manzano cuts off the girl who's agreeing with her.
No offense, I shouldn't have said that. Truth is, we won't know if this is Colonel's internal power struggle or just some money grab, unless we dance with the devil ourselves. Besides, this might be our last chance to revive Project Bokuno.
She conceals any ripple of emotion in her face as she gently turns to gaze at the lights outside the window. Neon casino signs scattered with deliberate artistry punctuate the gaps between opulent buildings. Spotlights sing the early summer night sky in a mesmerizing brownish purple hue. Here, the game is the one true law.
Since the establishment of the world government, the end of history seems to have become nothing but a fallacy. Humans fanatically push everything to the extreme. Energy, engineering, biology. As if the world would end if they didn't build a Tower of Babel in just 7 days and nights. Maybe it was that restless hunger that made me refuse Fred and join Kurano. May he rest in peace.
The woman deliberately glances toward Eleanor, only to find her expression as calm as ever. She doesn't restrain her emotions, contains her impassioned commentary.
And Los Prados is the ultimate entertainment. Humans are bizarre creatures. The further reason takes them, the wilder they release. Resources from the city of sin now fueling the pursuit of the unknown. How ironic. I won't waste this opportunity. I've always been curious. If I may ask, Aunt, what exactly does Bakunan mean? It's supposedly from a book the old man greatly admired, by the author was a deranged mad doctor. Coroner's people are always speaking these cryptic mystical ways, disgusting as always. I prefer calling my life's work by its most straightforward name, Eden Type 3 Colonial Ship. Ah, great, trying to make another Eden? Yeah, that's gonna turn out well. Our gaze just past the tightly packed buildings beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows. On our nose, the woman's thoughts are fixed on a place somewhere in the northern suburbs beyond the city. Due to this Air Force Base, where humanity pours a step proudly into the stars, is forging its own safety net. Ooh, Fort Winter, 6 months later. Oh, okay. Traces of the biting wind blades carving away for thousands of years covered the exposed rocks. The fortress facility, half hidden by snow and mountain, since it's the only mark of civilization in this far northern land. Is this the North Asian Research Institute of Life Science and Evolution? The man steps from the helicopter's rear cabin in the snowstorm, removing his eye mask, gazing at the short moon range behind him, mountain range. I think this fits the research as well. A well-groomed gentleman steps into the platform from the landing pad's suspended stairway. I've long heard about your reputation, Mr. Godwin. I also caught wind of the recent news. A mere laboratory accident, yet those mediocre minds who had their eyes on your project all along seized the opportunity to make a fuss and even put an end to all your efforts. Fortunately, you had the right people backing you, ensuring that a pioneer like yourself wouldn't be cast aside so easily. Sample CB-103 lost in the explosion is now in the hands of the one who sent me to meet with you. He asked me to assure you, your work will not be seized by the four major powers under the world government. I have no interest in hearing any more of the Queen Bee Project or any other nonsense. The old man's obsessions with those lunatics killed the dream of transcending flesh. They derailed the project worse than the meteor ever could. My boss knows this. We believe space demands enhancing humans' adaptability through mechanical modification. Not those misguided delusions like mind fusion. Oh, right, the other professor. Right, Lisa's quote-unquote father. Here, you'll have full support. My boss sends his regards. And then you might recall. It's over a sleek minimalist business card. Godwin accepts it with a cursory glance. Is that the doctor writer who was in the news? Even someone like me who spends all their time in a lab has heard something about it. I heard that they pushed patients. Well, only some wealthy eccentric with such twisted proclivities would be willing to fund such inhumane experiments. Well then, I hope we'll have the opportunity to meet again. Ducks in a helicopter got just left, where the blown snow stinging Godwin's face, and the chilly wrapped so close with the coat. So cold. The vast light years stretching between humanity and potentially habitable worlds feels like an endless winter. One humanity is doomed to never cross. But this time, humanity will make a true attempt to leave the cradle behind. It's also why he signed a auspiciously long contract and came here. Here, humanity will have the opportunity to take the ultimate step in evolution. Immortality. Great. So that's what we're going to now. Instead of human modification, is immortality. Well, I guess it's a form of human modification, but not as direct as the other ones. As the black steel doors open, the sound of our rotating shafts brings Godwin back to reality. What he fails to realize is that the investigator looking into shadows has already arranged every detail of the sifting operation. Godwin goes one last glance at the snowy mountains, then turns back and steps into the dark passage. Yo, I have no idea where this story is going, but again, I am very invested in this. Cat and mouse, like a precise mechanical clock, perpetually following its programmed instructions. Los Prados, to Persican. If you truly want to break free from conventions without hurting your loved ones, then at least you can pursue art. I'm not joking. Art isn't merely a way to make a living. For God's sake, learn an art form. It makes your life more bearable, And who knows, it might even gradually cleanse your soul. Practice pen calligraphy on the backs of playing cards. Mix drinks with mint and spirits. Tell stories, even terrible ones. Someday your friends will hear your fictional plots and believe them to be true. Do your very best and you will discover traces of divine revelation and receive your ultimate reward. The reader closes the hardcover book and deathly silence falls over the gathering. A moment later, scattered applause arises while the impatient audience members have already begun to stand up one after another. The banner for Theodore Anson Sterling's book, The Sharing Event, still hangs overhead as the disappointed elite, but unleashed to attend such activities, filed out through the archway of the makeshift lecture hall. The rental fee for this hotel's multi-purpose hall must be quite steep, no? Quite the ambitious venue for a debut office event in Los Prados. Being nothing but an overworked voting machine is so tedious. As elected representatives, we have many ways to give back to society, such as making contributions to artistic and cultural initiatives. Event sponsor responds. Come to think of it, I recall you already made a business trip here in mid-July, shortly after the bill passed. Frequent visits to Los Prados. Are you in a hurry to court new sponsors? With all its purse strings in your grip and Colonel himself singing your praises? Well, I completely understand why a rising star would sneer at a washed-up nobody like me. At least you know your place. You see, if idle hands need entertainment, I've been consuming so much literature lately that I can probably sweat ink. Sorry about that. I want to get a cushion from my Writers are fascinating. Once they realize you actually read their work, they'll confess everything from their childhood cat's cradle games to their first kiss. There was his voice mysteriously. Word has it that the inspiration for his new book came from a funeral Sturkin attended years ago. With your frivolous attitude, don't those pretentious literary types look down on you? How can you have a say if you don't experience it firsthand? Like that person on stage just now. I bet you've already seen his name on the news. Probably just some inconspicuous line in some tabloid. I never had the leisure to subscribe to such things. Oh, I'm certainly not referring to that ridiculous name, Sturgeon. According to the rumors I've heard in certain circles, that's just one of his many pen names. Congratulations on finding your new hobby, but I'm out of time. To have already arrived at the hotel lobby and the woman's clearly fed up with the endless rambling. It's fine. See you later, Miss Polangoski. We'll continue our discussion next time. Suit yourself. At a perfunctory handshake, she glances at her wristwatch and turns toward a vehicle waiting at the bottom of the gentle slope. One fails to notice that her cufflinks have been swiftly swapped. Time for his frivolous colleague is dull vigilance. The down-his-luck rider doesn't lead the dispersing crowd, instead taking his place beside the blonde man. Thank you for your generous support. Not at all. Your new work is brilliant as always. When it's officially published, make sure to bring me a signed copy. This guy's a genuine admiration. You flatter me. Oh, that reminds me. The fountain pen I borrowed during our last conversation. I kept it close ever since. Now that we have a moment in private, I should return it to its proper owner. Captain pulls a black and gold pen from his suit jacket pocket. It's diamond embellishment, unusually extravagant for a writing instrument. Deliberately caresses the prominent protrusion with his thumb before handing it to the writer. Thank you. If you'll pardon me, I have a meeting with Madame Manzano. I should take my leave. The vehicle leaves Los Prados neon sprawl, heading toward the less bustling residential area. High rises to now giving way to low-rise buildings. One picks up the microphone from the armrest and dials into the communication channel. As we feared, Kephart is handling funds of questionable origin to reactivate embroidery scissors. After all these years, embroidery scissors must be rusty. I think we should give that girl he took with him back. Or back then, a chance instead. Hoarse deep man voice casually issues. Oh wait, no, is this the different Kurano-san? Not the slimy. I'll just do it in his voice anyway. What do you mean, sir? We can't write off embroidery scissors easily enough. But that girl's special. She's the last living candidate for the original badge. I'd say she's worth investing in. So we let her get close to Manzana. Since when do you think so simplistically? Activate embroidery scissors and Manzana will smell the thread immediately. If she wants to send a message, she'll just have him killed. And by using Manzano's hand to eliminate embroidery scissors, that girl will have a chance to show what she's capable of. Man, the phone seemed quite pleased with himself while Palangowski just silently listens to the instructions. Madame Manzano's mansion 15 minutes ago. Today's the day Kephart promised for the visit of new investors to the Bachmann plant. A discreet black sedan arrives right on schedule. Girls goes to emergent passenger indoors. Welcome to Los Prados. I'm Madame Manzano's niece, Eleanor. How may I address you, sir? Eleanor never doubts her memory. 2 months ago, the visitor sang before had appeared in the entertainment hall. He had watched the entire roulette game from a corner. Just call me Trout. Mr. Trout, you must be the celebrated author everyone's discussing. And the notorious fugitive. Not wasting time on pleasantries, the visitor begins testing the girl's attitude. Those who live in the whirlpool of public opinion are always entangled with some sorts of rumors. Rest assured, sir, what happens in Los Prados stays in Los Prados. This is the city's unwritten rule. Never mind. Honesty works best with open-minded people. My personal hobbies have nothing to do with business, but I'm flattered a young lady knows my work. A small gift to commemorate our meeting, Eleanor. Emphasizes the words token of our meeting. The man takes out a slender case and lifts the lid, revealing a black and gold fountain pen resting quietly on velvet. You flatter me, sir. She notices the visitor's gaze looking around the diamond decoration of her pen. Perceptively examines the small protrusion herself and says admiration. Familiar footsteps draw closer and a woman appears at the doorway of the reception room. Well, is that supposed to be like some kind of signal or something? Because like, they did the same thing when Kephart pulled out the pen. By the time she sees Trout on the sofa, her professional smile is perfectly rehearsed. There were too many trivial matters at the casino that needed my attention, so I simply couldn't welcome you at the airport personally. This is my niece Eleanor. Please forgive us for having a child receive you. Not at all. Such poise clearly reflects excellent upbringing. Eleanor nods respectfully to her aunt, briefly bids farewell to the visitor, then leaves the reception room. Entering the hallway, she makes sure no one's around before taking out the pen. Gold filigree patterns converge at one end of the barrel. The small diamond decoration emits an almost imperceptible green glow. Eleanor knows exactly what this is. She's more surprised that such primitive listening devices still exist in this day and age. Ah, I see. Why Trout would present such a welcome gift clearly remains unknown. She knows she must seize every opportunity. More information means the advantage of the first move. Unscrews the diamond and places it against her ear canal. Gently pushes the pen clip. So we get her close to Manzano. Oh, from the cufflinks. I see. Damn. I see, so that's why he had to do that, and then he gave the pen. Based on the audio quality, Eleanor guessed that the device on the other end must be attached near the target's hand. Since when do you think so simplistically? Activate embroidery scissors and Manzano will smell the thread immediately. If she wants to send a message, she'll just have him killed. Once you're rid of that sanctimonious scum, things will be much easier. Imagine the scandal. A high society fatherless girl becomes the Achilles heel of a city's most powerful magnate. With Manzano backed into a corner, the girl finds her golden opportunity. The raspy voice drips of smugness, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Pollard was a magnum opus of embroidery scissors, and you were his former apprentice. And now you're using others to eliminate your own master. I suppose that's a coming-of-age ritual in your line of work. Eleanor hears the woman's slight intake of breath. She seems to be brewing something inside. After a moment, she still responds with the same cold voice. I'll ensure your instructions are properly conveyed. The conversation comes to an abrupt end. December 23rd. Christmas season has arrived again, but Eleanor knows her aunt is in no mood to celebrate. She approaches the sweet doorway. She reaches the rather agitated argument. Lately, these haywire moments during calls with Kephart have become increasingly frequent. Otto lingers at the door. Why is he not knocking? She knows her aunt doesn't mind the eavesdropping. Manzano always enjoyed being underestimated. The Polid spies have been crawling through our streets every other day. You can't seriously expect them to believe they're just your hired help checking up on things. I know the old man wasn't interested from the very beginning. This so-called project restart was entirely your personal initiative. However, as long as the money keeps flowing, I won't interfere with your tedious internal disputes. But I must warn you, no one causes trouble in my territory and gets away with it. Said the phone decisively, seemingly having made her decision. Come in. Do you need something from me, ma'am? Christmas is coming up. Time to take care of the usual shopping. Here's the list. Don't mess it up. She speaks, she pays it forward and hands the girl a roll of distinctly classical parchment paper. Anna scans the contents and notices a term she hasn't seen in a long time, but isn't surprised. Feather accessories. All clothing gifts I see. Which atelier has caught your fancy this season? The Rosewater Tailor Shop. Tasha drops her name with an air of nonchalance. It's exactly what Eleanor anticipated. She prepared the necessary item in advance. A hugging levered document case. Necessary misdirection, enough to wash your hands clean of any responsibility. Rosewater Ltd. EST 2132. Eye-catching gold embossed lettering centered prominently on the case. Being at a pawn, each has its place in the intricate design of the chessboard. Even chess pieces that have awakened with consciousness should still move according to the player's strategy. Each move is like unwinding silk from a cocoon, till the king unwittingly exposes his position. She has a mission that must be completed. It was Prados Cemetery, 14 years ago. General slopes are blanketed in verdant green. Closely arranged headstones form walls of ashen white. People in black attire stand solemnly around two coffins placed side by side. After the band finishes, he clears his throat and begins reciting based on a prepared script. The mournful wail of Scottish bagpipes is the only sound for miles away. A man at a temporary podium wears an ostentatious cross necklace. After the band pauses, he clears his throat and begins reciting mechanically from his script. For the faithful, God has prepared wonders no eye has witnessed, no ear has perceived, and no mind has grasped. Fred Sinclair and Phyllis Sinclair now live in the glory of God. Today we lay to rest only the physical forms of our loved ones. Their spirits and souls, their remarkable dedication in this city, remain with us still. And in the love of friends and family, and the hope of their children, the Sinclair couple lives on eternally. The priest gently closes the antique book before him as the flute music resumes. Beginning from his left side, the funeral attendees approach one by one, placing their hands on the reddish-brown coffin to bid farewell to the departed soul. Arms dealers for the Copperfield Consultorium, chairperson for the World Government Parliament's Budget Committee, heirs to the Actelic Energy Empire. These are faces that appear so frequently in the news that even children will recognize them. More distinct figures blend into the queue, are remarkable background players united by their Chrono Group affiliation. The author hidden among them, famously never appears on book jackets or interviews, remains perfectly anonymous. Or stands out as utterly out of place in this adult world. Hey, it's your turn. The crude promptly yanks her bonds back to reality. She steps forward, and gets from a monk that grasps beneath her feet. Like those before, who hastily place their palms on the coffin just to get over with, she hesitates for a long while before finally extending the index finger. A nail shopper's blade stands in jarring contrast to the girl's delicate frame. Traces a crescent moon on the smooth double-arched surface, and quickly adds a small cross beneath it. The robed host at the podium witnesses everything clearly, slightly furrowing his brow in confusion. The man reminding the girl tears through the solemnity with an extremely savage roar. Old Fred never should have raised a viper like you. He told me so himself before he passed. Murderous scum. And to think he named you the sole beneficiary in his will. That's just like him. Soft-hearted to his dying breath. The dignitaries, having finished paying their respects and gradually returning to their temporary seats, instantly have their attention captured by the sudden incident. I don't understand what you mean. Are you saying you were close friends with my parents when they were alive?
She feigns shock but doesn't seem to retaliate. Blind detachment turns his rage to sand against stone. Man's face twitches. She knows that look. Shock, disgust, jumble of fear.
We all know family ties run deep, but you, my parents' friend, shared decades with them. I've had only years. This gentleman has probably overcome with grief.
Surprise melts into a smile. She's steering the conversation now. Onlook has finally decided to intervene, hands clamping at the man's shoulder. People comfort him, interpreting his unrelenting anger as inconsolable grief.
I shall leave you all with some space for quiet reflection.
Her apologetic gift for her early departure deserves milestone in place, leaves behind the impression of a perfectly well-bred young lady. Truly admirable.
Well then, I'm your legal guardian starting today. Hello, Aunt.
Posture is as lowly as a stone monument base, buried in soil. This Mamahan should deliberately crafts the illusion of hierarchy between them. But why not? Clean slate has its advantages. Massive accounts, nuclear-proof vaults, discreet intermediaries who know how to deal with adult matters. Girl mentions countless tomorrows where she'll carve her crescents and crosses over and over. December 24th. The cloying sweetness of eggnog clashing with the greasy turkey remnants, turning what should be an elegant affair into something decidedly less so. Girl clues the aftermath of the drinking games, restoring the parlor to its pristine state. Manzano, who normally delights in personally hosting private Christmas parties, was completely absent for tonight's social gathering. As the clock's hands strike midnight vertically, the door knock arrives in perfect synchrony. This is Eleanor Tisbury, her aunt didn't return alone. Behind Manzano stands a slender figure.
There's been a fire at the Rosewater tailor shop. The situation isn't good. This is the shop owner's adopted daughter. Maid, sister, call her what you will. She'll be living with us now. At this curt explanation to Eleanor, her gaze shifts to the newcomer, delivering a cold command. Introduce yourselves.
Many years later, under the crimson glow of emergency lights, Eleanor would still recall that mechanical, lifeless voice. Like a battery-powered doll. A code that could be rewritten at will. Like a precise mechanical clock perpetually following its programming instructions. A perfect birthday gift. Reunion.
Discord.
Okay. Now finally I get to do something. Carbon chain. She doesn't believe the nerve-numbing sweetness. She needs to smell danger. Days like these aren't too bad for her. Soft beds, refined food, and even doing needlework as usual at Madame Manzano's behest. But the only flaw is, this isn't much different from life inside Rosewater's shop. She constantly disguises herself as a servant, as a tailor, in front of the madam and the girl. Pretends to be a decorative dog shortened to the bar counter, threatening no one.
Good morning, Eleanor.
She walks into Eleanor's bedroom and with practice ease, spreads a snow-white napkin on the table before neatly arranging the utensils. Every motion executed with her free left hand, precise and economical, like a master tailor shears through silk.
Aren't you reading? This is not within Madame Manzano's instructions.
Well, hey, what's going on, Caesar? How you doing?
Hope you have a good day so far. As per your preference, I haven't prepared any coffee.
Only someone who's lived with her would recognize such habits for what they truly are.
What if I order you to eat it?
She stands by the coffee table, nervously running her tongue over the fine hairs of her upper lip. Ultimately doesn't answer.
I understand now. He's not only you, but you, and not only me, but you too must obediently follow Auntie's orders.
The maid freezes as if the thorny comment had pinned her against the wall. The spacious room leaves no room for evasion.
Lady Eleanor, it's not like that. Lady, how would you like to be addressed? First, get rid of that disgusting apron.
The questioner deflects with an irrelevant answer. The subordinate reflectively carries out the command like a trained response. As the disguise comes off, a figure clad in a fitted tackle uniform stands in front of Eleanor.
Would a young miss like to dine now? So I'm your mission target. What comes next? Serving me poisoned wine? You know I had no choice.
After a moment's silence, she raised her head to respond.
My mission from Kurino was supposed to be monitoring Madame Manzano's movements, but that's meaningless now. If she is an exile of Kurino, and her situation and mine are really that different.
Wait, is this Discord supposed to be, the scissors? Oh, no, wait, no, I'm confused.
So you're going to join her on her revenge mission?
The girl poses her question with a carefree smile, as if she were merely listening to a story.
I have no grudge against Kurino. Is that so? You expect me to believe that the owner of a shop known throughout the city died in her fire during Christmas?
She precisely targets the vulnerable spot of the person before her.
This life is good. It really is good. If I tell the truth, Eleanor gets dragged into this mess.
But your misstep, she hastily texts out an apology.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean it that way. But your parents. Send my condolences.
The girl erupts into laughter, completely at odds with her elegant appearance, causing the maid's tense demeanor to relax slightly.
What is there to apologize for? Fill an empty wine glass and you'll keep the card players hooked. A simple trick can make them willingly empty their pockets. As long as I desire it, there's no magic I can't perform. Do you think I'd rather be a wind-up doll than enjoy such pleasures?
The laugh comes from her core, revealing her true self without any pretense.
Eleanor's happiness is my happiness.
She seems to hope that flattery will dissolve the resistance of the person before her.
Changing the subject, Kurino taught you well how to hide things. Yet getting you to learn even one more word from me is like pulling teeth.
Light surrounding Eleanor extinguishes.
I do want to ask for Eleanor's help with something.
The maid's expression remains unchanged. She wants to hear Eleanor share the little moments from these years, to build through words the world Eleanor has lived in. She doesn't want to let this rekindled flame go out. She still cherishes their friendship.
That afternoon, I received an urgent package. Inside was a letter. Further instructions following the confirmation of mission abortion or significant situational changes will be issued via physical means. Dead drops will be disguised to match the recipient's circumstances for security measures. The story after reading is a must.
Ano suddenly recites the exact text of some regulation, enunciating each word deliberately.
You shouldn't remember those things. That's not your life anymore.
Discord freezes mid-motion while unfolding the printed paper, casting a startled glance at Eleanor.
How could I possibly forget after everything I've been through?
Oh, okay, no, so it's like they both were like trained assassins back then. I see. Sorry about that, I had to drink some water. May breaks the silence first, questioning far from over.
Seeing the gold Sam Taylor's shop mark on the document case, and the organizational label on the letterhead, I understood most of what was happening. After entering the shop, I didn't even bother looking for him. I just tore down the curtains and threw them into a fireplace. Kurino always despised me, didn't they? They knew I was the only recipient left. They still chose to communicate through text.
After all, in that institution where children were taught nothing but beyond obedience, she never had the opportunity to acquire knowledge. The tone remained calm as always, but the light in her eyes dimmed, detailed the girl captured with keen awareness.
Come now, don't be so discouraged. That was just standard procedure when the organization abandoned the intelligence station. Not your fault. I understand that Madame Manzano's project has been long defunct, and the intelligence station is nothing but a useless burden. Taking care of the aftermath was the final mission I completed according to instructions. But do they really need to go this far? If possible, I'd like to know exactly what's written on this.
Can't lose composure in front of Eleanor. How unsightly that would be. There's no longer that little shadow following me everywhere. She unfolds the paper and hands it to Eleanor. The girl scans it briefly, then begins reading it aloud like she's pronouncing a judgment.
Cold current inbound. Target sterilized. Embroidery scissors disposable. send cleanup, handle attachments separately.
Voice the maid once relied on, now, or most, now pierces through her soul with every word.
Can you explain the code to me?
Though she knows the truth all too well. Cold Current, Project Winter. Ah, shit. Broidery Scissors, Rose Water. Attachment Discord. Ah, damn it, I pressed it between.
Girls decided to pour resources into Madame Manzano's opponent. Los Prados, the intelligence station, and me were all disposable now.
The word is halted with an unnatural swelling of sound.
If that's the case, what's the point of tracking Manzano's moves? I don't understand. Discord? Can you explain?
While former arrogant Shen, she closed the distance with calculated precision.
Manzano was right. I should return to Kurano. I need answers.
For the first time, the maid doesn't answer Eleanor's question. Ray of nausea washes over her. Maid flees through the door. Eleanor, go to 0 Point Cowboy Casino tonight. Yes, I Eleanor, go to Spaceport to receive the World Government delegation. Accounting. Eleanor, take care of the publicity matters. Why does this heirs to 100 billion fortune live a life that's no different from yours? There was a time where Eleanor's joy was hers. Would Eleanor ever know what joy is? When did things start to become like this? Time loses meaning. She wasted emotions, serving the servant of her aunt, eating the one who schooled her, and cradle songs played with binding toys. Los Prados 2 years later.
A city of arts and technology.
Nothing but a respectable facade. Emma scrolls through recent reports on her terminal, her lips curling with contempt as she speaks. Oh, that place. Yeah, this one. The attached image in the intelligence report shows a city gleaming with silver light, elegant in its simplicity, starkly different from the ostentations of somewhat tacky entertainment metropolis. But the accompanying text tears away this beautiful facade. Constellia City Foundation ceremony opens. 4 major economies investments in the city secretly diverted by Kurano, the North Asian experimental facility.
Just as the intelligence I gathered from my contact with Trout indicated, Kepart's operations completely independent. Kurano's already diverted all resources to the follower project on death row inmate experimentation. Yes, Discord disclosed the contents of those letters quite some time ago.
Figure standing respectfully to one side offers her affirmation with a differential tone.
Which means, by eliminating Rosewater, we've actually done Kurano a favor by cleaning up their loose ends. In that case, this goal could be useful to us as well. Turning her to our side won't be difficult.
Woman speaks coldly, relishing her firm grip on the current situation. She feels that razor-sharp instinct never left her, forever examining lab results or social chessboards. The project concerns the future of humanity. Enemies of that future must be completely eradicated.
What could be Mr. Trout's motives for providing us with funding through Kepart?
The girl's barbing question lies behind feigned naivety.
Do I need to remind you again? As long as the clients are still paying, keep your mouth shut and don't ruin things.
Prying too deeply is quite a bad habit at the gaming tables, remarks, brushing off the subject with casual indifference.
You know our next target quite well. The North Asian Research Institute of Life Science and Evolution. Remember to pack several warm coats. I won't want my dear niece catching frostbite. As you wish, madam.
The graceful young woman curtsies as she speaks.
ゴドウィンの暗殺 そしてウィンター計画に関する資料の収集ですわ。
Yeah, so if I had to guess, this takes place during the Golden Age, right? Because I don't think she became okay, I figured out what the word is. Ascendant yet, right? So this must have been, again, when they started that whole thing with Ocean. Like when Krona was making her back up there. Right. At least that's what I think is this point in time. I hope it is. Oh boy, okay, yeah. Dang, there's not even a crouch button or something. This is gonna be annoying. Okay, gotta watch their movement first. That guy's gonna be annoying to deal with. Okay. Shit. I hate that she has to crouch and then move. Because that's gonna be the most difficult part. Because I want to see if it's like I can eliminate that one guy. I mean, I'll probably just have to attack, but I just want to see if I can actually do it. No, not yet. I mean, I guess I could, but I'm getting too many prying eyes. No, I think I do. I have to attack this guy when he turns back here to go look at that guy by the hallway. Because I think that's how this is supposed to work. Yeah, I'm gonna just see if that works. Okay, yeah, it is. Oh, okay, I can't just eliminate this guy, okay. I had to wait for one of these two to disperse. Yeah, there we go. That's what I need. Good. Okay, now move me over here. Please. Okay, let me go here next. Should be a good hiding spot. At least I think. Could be wrong. The problem is I don't know which way he turns when he looks. Oh, there we go. There. And here.
周辺の巡回小隊を片付けました。予想通りの抵抗です。
I did not
訓
think I
練
would
の
do
成
that.
果が出てるわね。ゴドウィンは施設の奥にいるはずよ。
I
油
usually
断し
mess
な
up
いで
in。these. Ah, shit. Okay. Okay, he has to turn around at some point. I guess it's supposed to pass, like, when he gives the little intervals of, like, being able to move to the side. But I crawl so slow. I don't know, that's just how I feel anyway. No, okay, I'm gonna just wait it out. I'm gonna wait it out. Because I need to wait for that guy to go back upstairs again. Because I don't want backup coming. Yeah, so let me check through here. Yeah, okay, so when they turn again. Please, please, please. Nope, nope, no, no, no. Yes! Bitch. I was about to say, why the hell did they make it so difficult for me to turn my head? Okay, yeah, I'll stay here first. Then I'll wait for this guy to turn around so then I could go behind the crates. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I think here would be good. Yeah, okay, I think I know what I have to do. So once he comes back down the stairs, I have to pace alongside them. Yeah, I have to pace alongside them and then go there. Okay, which way does this guy turn around at the top of the stairs? Oh, okay, he turns like that. Ooh, okay. Have to be very careful. I'm gonna have to like straight sneak to him. I'll get one shot at this. Oh. Wait, really? That didn't count? Huh, I guess because I was so technically behind the stairs, I guess. Oh no. Alright, I guess I could probably start going up the stairs. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll stay here because this will be a good distance away from when he turns around, because otherwise he's gonna see me. Okay, once I see him move, I'm gonna go for it. Because, I mean, I know I could just go for when he walks up here like that, but the problem is, like, the range is still going to be existent here. Yeah, because I can't reach it from here, so I think this should be good. I think. There. Ooh. Come on. Let me get to him first. Let me get to him first, please. There. Again, sucks because I don't have a sprint, so I literally just have to, like, match my pacing. Please tell me there aren't any more. Actually, let me check. Keep warm. Winter is coming. Okay. I don't know what I'm supposed to do for that one. Oh, okay, good. Yeah, I can just literally stand behind here like this. I'm trying to see where he walks from. I guess just from that hallway. Not this one, but the other one. Yeah, okay, I see. Yeah, and luckily he only turns to the to his left after that. Because if it was to his right, then I can't stand here. Oh shit. Never mind, I was wrong. Oh, okay, so I guess it doesn't because it's not eye level technically. I thought it would have counted as me being wrong, but whatever. I'm probably not gonna find anything here. Just wanted to see if I could for whatever that winter thing, or maybe that's just completing the objective, like the mission, regardless of whether I do it perfectly or not. And I was hoping to actually use combos for, like actually fighting. Damn, you're just trying to be sneaky. It took me 10 minutes. Okay, I need to see how this guy moves. Or never mind, I guess I could just try to eliminate him now. Nope. Almost messed that up. Almost did. Dude, how many more of these guys am I gonna have to deal with? I've literally spent 10 minutes on this. Oh shit. Okay, it doesn't go up the stairs. Here. Oh, I'm pressing it. There we go. I was about to say, like, don't make me fail now. I just made it here. Or maybe that's actually what I need to do so then I can actually fight. Because otherwise it's like, I guess this is supposed to be like more like a spy movie. At least from the like assassin-like perspective. Oh wow. Not even being subtle. Great. If I just walked, I guess if I did have regular speed, I would have fucked myself there. Okay, how far does this guy walk up? Oh shit, is he actually gonna go the whole way? No. Oh, okay, he doesn't. Good. Oh, let me get to him. Please. Yes. Okay. Now hurry up. At least I crawl like somewhat faster than he walks. Still nothing. Okay, don't see any bodyguards. Should be good. Good. Why am I even crawling again now? Like, I'm already in here.
思考期間、生理的な意識移植なんて狂った老いぼれなんでしょう。
Okay, test subject ID Ivory. Antibody evacuation. Okay, whatever. Existing limb enhancement. Carbonized ceramic skeleton implantation. Occipital capillary blood tubule reversal. Nerve dendrite. Superconductivity fibrosis. Match type frame ID. Fort Winter prototype Mark 4. Experiment says thinking organs to be transferred. Okay. Let me just check the computer here.
これが噂のウィンター計画。面白いわ。
Okay. Brief report on Project Winter interim rest. Under the public pressure of morality and ethics, the World Government Parliament drafted and approved the Law of Protection of Human Right to Life and Biomedical Subjects and restricted the human body modification experiments on death row prisoners. Project Winter started after the termination of human body modification project of death row prisoners with the aim to ensure the human body can stand long-time space travel in various environments of planets. The result of early analysis shows that the test subject must have more adaptable DNA structures and repair enzymes. Due to the severe damage brain transplantation might cause, test subjects must pass strict screening of physical and mental intensity. No, documents related to Mind Project have been classified. For documents about human consciousness and upload transfer, please refer to the terms of Project Thella. Oh boy, that again. The initial screening criteria were created based on gene markers SNP related to health level and incidence rates of diseases. Around 40 billion records are required to correctly filter out the genes that meet the criteria. However, Kerno has accelerated the process by secretly collecting a large amount of genetic data of citizens through the World Government Standardized Vaccination Program. Ah, so I see. Although it wouldn't get them much information, it'd be like at least they have something to work with. The North Asian Research Institute of Life Sciences and Evolution has been researching chemicals in limb implants that can hit test subjects' endurances to greatly push with the ox. Ah, shit.
今日はあなたの命日ではありません。あの方も大きな期待を寄せていますしね。
Damn, I wanted to read the whole thing, but whatever. Huh? Hey! Oh. Phew, okay. Damn. Dominus alarm pulses rhythmically, the only logical element in this chaos. Bloodstains, glass shards, and metal fragments scream with shattered order. Blade-sharp umbrella tip pierces her chest before the words fully leave her mouth. This is impossible. Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Did you really think replacing your body with metal would let you live a little longer? Powder fluid splash across the ground. Electrical arcs and sparks leap across the liquid surface. The pierced frame lies completely silent. A word of advice for your boss. Next time you upgrade, don't forget to add more protection. The girl looks up at the camera mounted
above the sliding door offers a faint smile. Randy Everett, the bond who takes in everything he sees. He knows he's exhausted all his chips in this confrontation. He has enough evidence, or he has enough confidence in Veritas, so he firmly presses the access button on the control panel. The final barrier between assassin and target vanishes. The head of Project Winter, Mr. Godwin. Good day to you. Madame Manzano sends her regards. Perfect poise, the girl dips into her curtsy. Umbrella handles serving as an elegant prop. Such elegant packaging filling full intent. Guests are always welcome, but bypassing the quarantine procedure is unacceptable. Everyone must undergo a decontamination shower and scan before entering my office. It's the most basic protocol. Before them stands an elderly man with a gummed face. His deep-set green eyes radiating both intensity and madness. Stark contrast to the image of the competent researcher they had seen earlier in the mission briefing. His isolation and obsession have etched irreversible marks upon his features. Normally, I value rules above all else, but your current situation makes such discussions rather impractical. My situation? What situation? Situation of a moribund man? I've been isolated beneath this mountain rock for over a decade without seeing natural light, but I haven't regretted it for a single day, paving the way for a new era as the highest honor for experimental subjects, and I myself could be among them. Forgive my frankness, but what exactly have you achieved? Metal cannons that completely lack battle potential and can be easily killed by fully enhanced humans wielding moon umbrellas? I commanded her in the final stage of a spectacle, or she was in no hurry to deliver the fatal blow to her exhausted target, as it savoring the thrill of toying with her braced nerves. Trial and error has always been a necessary path to progress. I have plenty of time left. What remarkable achievement has Madame Manzano accomplished now? Is her bank account gained another zero every day, or even every hour? You might as well believe I could create the perfect concert by tomorrow rather than trust her nonsense. The dying speak only truth. My aunt was, after all, a researcher who continued her project even after being expelled by Coronel. There's really no need for such vicious slander, is there? Her project? What project? Recreating cycles of production, consumption, and decomposition over and over in some supersized test tube. And when it's successful, throw all of humanity inside. It's the flying vessel. What? Thanks to newer investors, my aunt is building a colony ship that matches the scale of the Eden II. Repeating the same mistakes. A sharp version is as if this answer still aligns with his expectations. My bad. Just wanted to drink some more water. Tossing self-contained ecosystems into space is no evolutionary leap. It's just recreating those early capsules that sustained one man for hours before crashing back down. Merely reaching orbit isn't enough. When we cross that threshold, we must do so as fully actualized humans, striding into the stellar expanses of our natural domain. Humanity's waited too long for its next chance at evolution. As long as our bodies still need to breathe, eat, and excrete. As long as our limbs cannot withstand the torment of vacuum, we'll forever remain infants in the cradle. A couple times this right fist against the metal tabletop, so the capillaries turning his skin purple shred. Manzano has poured too much of herself into this so-called starship ecology, just as she did with managing the city of entertainment. People like her always seek balance through management, then enjoy the thrill of playing God. Whether managing parameters in an artificial greenhouse or guests awaiting slaughter in an entertainment venue, it makes no difference to her. I don't expect visionary understanding from all, but I offer glimpses of the apocalypse. Your choice has nothing to do with Manzano. I just want to ask you, when the day comes that our home planet can no longer tolerate the human species, would you also willingly remain a giant infant in the cradle, abandoned by natural selection and drowning in your own excrement? Warning. Unidentified aircraft entering detection zone. Anti-air system offline.
Our synthetic voice plays from a terminal's broadcast system, and Eleanor's smile grows more assured.
It seems new guests have arrived.
Godwin, however, displays a rather complicated expression as if believing this fortress is about to fall under the reinforcing strength. Your people as well? She's back Trey's hairs, tells the assassin at the same full look. The girl changes subject, non-committal.
Do you still believe Project Winter is the next step in human evolution?
How many more times do I have to say it? I believe in this fact without a shadow of doubt.
For the sake of your devotion, I can give you a temporary chance. Besides, your usefulness hasn't been fully realized yet.
You're right. On hurried, measured steps, the dark figure towards the stand. We meet again, Eleanor. Your abilities and vision have certainly improved a lot compared to before. The assassin didn't seem the least bit surprised by this variable, instead responding gracefully to the praise.
You flatter me, sir, but our business here remains unfinished.
It's alright. You've proven your capability. Upon the threat of her words, he turns his gaze toward a man standing nearby. Evolution is not a word to be thrown around lightly. I expect those who stand to benefit from it to be fully prepared for what it entails. You're the person who provided the initial funding for Project Winter. When an investor shows up in person, it's naturally because they have urgent matters to discuss. However, I seem to have forgotten that Eleanor still has a mission to attend to. Please.
My aunt's orders are one thing, but the gaming tables always favor the highest bidder. Having supported Project Balkanon so generously, you deserve precedence, sir.
Godwin's safety seems temporarily secure, though he remains baffled by the charade unfolding before him. I can guarantee that the next iteration will enhance the frame's protective capabilities. True zero wetware this time. Without the support of those experimental results from back then, progress is simply impossible at this stage. We need to start somewhere. Achieving our expected goals out of thin air is impossible. She's lost her way in her obsession with perfecting the colony ship's ecosystem. You don't want to fall down another rabbit hole you can't climb out of, do you? Our ancestors left their caves protected by animal hides, only to realize that vicious predators posed a greater threat than the climate. Natural selection has never been one-dimensional. You mean militarization? What I mean is it's better to be prepared. Let's consider a scenario. What if Fort Winter faces not just infiltration assassination, but a large-scale armed conflict? Even if your prototype construct achieves immortality, how will respond without sufficient combat capabilities? No researcher wants to become Archimedes beneath the spear point. I assume you feel the same. But that's impossible. Most of the old armies have already disbanded, and the world government is even considering transitioning to mercenary forces. War? War with whom? Antarians? The man still refuses to step out of his ivory tower at thought of windly revealing a dry-skulled human. Military organizations may change their form, but threats come in more than one face. Sparks from malfunctioning equipment become the only sound awaited along silence.
Now, no need for gloom. The gentleman said your experiments won't end here. Pity I can't let you martyr yourself for science. Plus I still need to report back to my aunt. Which is such a headache. I think someone who's faked their death in a fortress like this shouldn't be too difficult, right?
Run whatever schemes you like. Just keep them clear on my lab. I'll arrange an experimental accident report and activate the top-secret bunker facility directly beneath the mound to continue to advance the plan. Since you still believe in Project Winter, let me offer some advice. Abandon that madwoman Manzano while you still can. Besides, so to his arranged fate, he still feels reluctant about it. Just a control experiment, nothing more.
One moment.
The girl extends her sharp fingertip, tracing an arc across Godwin's forehead. Before the green eyes could even register the movement, Eleanor had already obtained what she needed. You...
How could I consider my mission complete if I returned empty-handed? I should at least give my aunt something to show.
Fair. She boastfully pinches a thin strand of human hair between her fingertips, displaying it like a trophy.
So, I've also been making untraceable copies of your database contents from the terminals along my way. Chain-type scientific achievements contributes to progress as you've described, doesn't it? I need to catch my flight back to Los Prados, so I'll have to trouble you to clean up here, Mr. Goodwin.
Or Godwin, I bet. Sorry about that. Needed more water again. God damn it. Josh stands at the edge of the landing pad, but when it's snow, blurs silhouette, leaving blending him into the white expanse behind. Yono plans the final step as they enter the same platform.
Thank you, mister, for your valuable assistance over these past few years. Information truly is the best token for acquiring power.
Her practice humility surfaces as she accepts this victory.
Just a few small gifts. The most basic courtesy. Those with sufficient natural talent can sniff out the correct direction without guidance. I saw this in you very early on. In fact, I should thank you for the valuable inspiration you provided. So, Project Bulkman and Project Winter, they weren't actually control experiments?
Of course not. They're merely 2 steps on the stairway to evolution. For a human, you've done fairly well. The road ahead remains long. The civilization entry is a conquest of desire. For instance, the ignition experiment for the zero-point engine has already been scheduled. Identifying the strong is your talent, and you have resolved to match it. However, you don't have much time left to choose your chips. Manzano is the provider of prerequisites. She's the very rule you need to exploit. Only outsiders who don't belong to the card game can become true variables. Don't make me regret betting on you, Eleanor. Have fun in your playground. See you next time.
Mr. Trout?
Overwhelming prosperity illuminates every corner beyond the snowy mountains, as humanity and the Golden Age seems poised to step right into a bright tomorrow within reach. She does believe the nerve knowing sweetness. She needs to smell danger. She yearns to place her well-being, even her life, upon the scale of the game's judgment. The bitter cold of far north, her nerves tingle with an agitation she hasn't felt in ages. Exhilaration of entering the game.
I know you attended the funeral back then.
Continue speaking.
Ensign Sturkin, Paul Holderman, Vonnegut, sir. These are all pen names you've used in your works, like countless fragments of a broken mirror. People can only glimpse reflections of the psychiatrist, writer, and even serial killer, but they can never piece together your true face.
Getting carried away doesn't seem like your style. The man issues a warning without betraying any emotion.
What I mean is, I admired this kind of disguise, and you sought to remind the moment I drew that symbol. That being the case, complete honesty would certainly benefit our future cooperation. The incomplete cross and circle, in astrology they represent the apogee of the lunar orbit. The moon as a satellite doesn't rotate on its own, yet at the moment it can devour the sun, reducing it to barely surviving the crescent. Card players often prefer to choose a nickname for themselves like a lucky charm when spoken by others. Naturally, I don't believe in something like luck, but one should still follow established customs. The Dark Moon, also known as Lilith. I like this name. Let it be.
Damn, I see. So yeah, they did meet before all that happened with the Golden Age. Okay, cool. Damn, I've already taken like 2 hours just to get to this part. Damn, I don't know if I'm gonna be halfway through by the end of this stream. Marshmallow cake. Okay. Sorry, this time I just want a piece of gum.
After all this investigation, you still have no clue what Manzano is really up to. Once we get to the review meeting, the old man will cut you any slack. Anything else you want to bring up?
Although Godwin's now confined to the deeper sectors of Fort Winter, cutting off all external interference is precisely why he volunteered for this plan. Judging by the results, there's no setback to the project's progress. Regarding this Prados, at the Manzano hub clearing out the base station, their surveillance continues to find a hitch.
So in short, your summary is everything's fine. Are you following a reporter spinning a story here? And where are the results I asked for? That writer Trout pulled in the seed money for Project Winter. The moment Godwin got his hands on the funds, he dusted off our old blueprint and used it to create those wetware constructs. Colonel is more than happy to team up with anyone who shares the vision, but make no mistake, we won't stand for any mischief on our watch. The agency has long suspected that Manzano's funding from Kephart is also originating from Trout, but he's already been in prison for allegedly inciting this. Background checks by other operation teams have confirmed Kurt's whereabouts. If that's the case, what exactly are Kephart and Manzano doing in Los Prados? You've had an agent undercover with Manzano 24/7, yet you repeatedly delayed the report, only mentioned surveillance proceeding smoothly. As per Mr. Coroner's own instructions, placing the girl undercover was meant to be a long game to catch bigger fish. Expecting immediate results isn't realistic. What exactly are you trying to prove? You claim you follow the boss's orders, so why can't you figure out whether Kephart's turned traitor? I apologize. We thoroughly investigate his activity records, but there's nothing suspicious to be found. Palangoski skips through the briefing, then zeroes in on the final page. Let's see. Okay, March 6th to March 8th. Travel via transatlantic United Flight PA903 to Fjord City's hydrogen car plant for the ribbon cutting. Stay at a local leisure hotel for at least 30 hours. Spend at least 30 hours at a local resort hotel. Then from June 7th to July 1st, you travel to Kowloon United Commonwealth for a holiday at a mountain resort. Well, I guess there's probably just people who go into those resorts and then he just talks with them as like passing by. On the 2nd of October, 10, the target fails to appear for the scheduled session of the Business Science and Transportation Committee. Surveillance confirms that the individual remains in their private residence asleep until 4 o'clock and subsequently places a takeout order. One entry after another at the travel log sketches out Kephart's devil-may care persona and also proves that any surveillance is a lost cause. Whatever. As long as he manages to get re-elected in his district, Parliament can gain one more spineless lackey who will vote exactly how Colonel wants. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Just keep him under daily watch. Make sure you slip past the World Government's Secret Intelligence Bureau's radar. Understood. Also, Los Prados is in better shape than we anticipated. Previously, we detected extensive construction work at the new Nellis Air Force Base near Los Prados, leading us to believe Manzano was collaborating with the transatlantic military on a rearmament initiative. The mercenary forces proposal recently resurfaces as a major debate in the World Government Parliament, which tries our earlier assumptions. However, all current transport capacity reports and satellite reconnaissance confirm that any suspicious operations in the city and at the airbase have effectively ended. Prados Spaceport has now returned to its standard civilian operations. We determined that Manzano doesn't pose a serious threat. Alright, that's enough. I get the gist of it. Where are you planning to watch the midnight ignition ceremony tonight? Huh? Oh, tomorrow's the start of my vacation, so I'm heading home to watch a live stream with my family. When you do this kind of work, you get used to setting humanity aside. So a conversation this personal really takes them by surprise. Sounds good. Take a shower, open up a cold beer, and make sure you spend some quality time with your family. Got it. So you... It's about just in time, suddenly where he's in no position to make small talk. Polar agency, ever vigilant. Dismissed. As the departs, the interrogation room and prison revert to their usual state. So silent and dark that feels more oppressive than a tomb. Time and again, the metal walls become coated in vomit and human blood, only to be blasted clean with high-pressure hoses, erasing every trace of sin. But this breakthrough surge of progress never pauses for the silent tragedies lurking in the shadows of our civilization. The golden age. Her mind pierces the thick layers of reinforced plating overhead, hundreds of meters deep, that drifts over the sprawling red rock peaks capped with snow.
stars beyond the 10,000 kilometer orbital threshold draw toward a massive vessel newly stationed at the orbital port after it's transferred from the moon. After tonight, Eden 2 becomes the bearer of all humanity's hopes, forging a path into uncharted territory. Embarks on a bold new beginning, leaving behind every conflict that has held humanity back until now.
But it has nothing to do with us, does it?
Scoffs at herself, and yet even in solitude, her expression stays as cold as stone. Torch she pulls out in a flash that does the final fiery drop.
Here's to the old world.
That's Prados spaceport. Today is Zero-Point Reactor. Guided by the control tower, the last heavy military aerospace transport today touches down firmly on the runway. A dark-skinned woman stands atop the watchtower surveying the cargo loaders as they haul supplies for the colossal hull, charred to a deep brown by the intensity of the low orbit. We got the anti-radiation coating and the synthetic paint for marking the ship's name. The shipment wraps up the project's last batch of construction materials. The ground crew cross-references the datapad checklist, offering a concise logistics update.
Very well. Go assist with the materials transfer. Let's finish work early today. I know everyone wants to witness the historic ceremony.
Calmly gazes beyond the runway toward a vast sea of sand. Twilight bathes the wasteland surrounding the city in magnificent golden hues. If the launch goes smoothly, I suppose Project Eden will be a complete success. So, are we really going to set sail again? For those participating in the project, the details of Project Balkanon have been an open secret for quite some time.
Certainly. On the appointed day, there will be a spot reserved for you on the ship. You, the engineers, the citizens, every single guest in this city. None of you will be left behind.
The sun is on the verge of dipping behind the distant mountains when Manzano's voice was her unshakable vow. Like no one who witnessed the apocalypse in his dream, she now seems possessed by a prophet's vision. She cannot betray any hesitation. You should get some rest too, ma'am. There's a lady at the edge of the observation deck with a complicated look, then turns and walks toward the elevator's entrance.
How can I possibly rest? The guests at the casino are still waiting for me.
In the last traces of twilight, the lady murmurs to herself. No matter how much she despises these do-nothing elites who occupy positions they don't deserve, securing their loyalty is a necessary step in laying the foundation for the new world. Lucky 38 Casino Hall. The hall bustled with excited chatter, and the clinking of glasses amid soft music and dancing is the perfect dash of delight to this grand affair. On the towering display, the live feed from Zero-Point Reactor 1 sees everyone's attention right now. As soon as Manzano walks in, the crowd bursts into cheers. I'd like to propose a toast to Madame Adriana Manzano, the illustrious tycoon of Los Prados, and a brilliant scientific mind. The influential figure for the World Government Parliament starts forward, brimming with arrogance, and launches a new proposal, their authority unmistakably clear. The chaotic clinking of countless glass vessels, accompanied by cheers, reaches Manzano's ear.
Now. The true stars of Los Prados have always been you, our guests from all corners of the world.
The platitudes are what she's best at.
Enjoy your night, my dear guests.
Moses raises her hand, signaling for everyone to set down their glasses. Soon she disappears into the depths of the crowd. One of the guests who happen to brush shoulders with her pause to offer eager greetings. The majority simply keep drowning themselves in liquor and small talk, letting the buzz dull their nerves as they wait for the final countdown to the night. Of course, Manzano senses those genuine, deeply felt emotions as well. A distillery, please, they're just seeing bottom feeders who want to trundle their wagons out west, begging for crumbs. Oh, wrong.
But for crumbs.
Right? Throw around talk of new frontiers, and that's all it takes to trick those so-called scientific elites. Who knows how many use their drip before they finally reach that godforsaken place?
But nonsense. I mean, does a place like that even have burns?
Then again, who knows if they'll even make it out of this alive?
Keep them coming. Cheers.
cheers to the earth and its dwindling resources, to champagne that flows endlessly like a sweet spring, to our unshakable seats in Parliament, to every fool willing to abandon their comfortable lives for a colonial ship, to humanity free from suffering, to the golden age. Madame Manzano offers a faint smile. It's alright, she was prepared for you. Ultimately sail toward another boundless sea. At dawn, she steps into the elevator at the far end of the hall. Mansion living room. Meanwhile, my mission remains to investigate Madame Manzano's project in Los Prados and report to Currento in real time. Oh, it is her. Because I was thinking in the back of my mind, it's like her eyes and her hair color. It's like, she reminds me of that one who wears like the cool mask. Yeah, so it is her. That is this girl, I see. My mission remains to investigate Madame Manzano's project in Los Prados and report to Currento in real time. Mechanical voice remains unchanged, but she finally divulges more information. My aunt clearly expects great things from you. She wouldn't go to such lengths otherwise. Manzano is asking me to go back to Currento and act as her undercover agent. She also says that those who work for her must possess combat abilities that match the intensity of their mission. What about this outfit? Did you choose it yourself? This is my way of constantly reminding myself of who I am. Isn't it her? You do whatever she tells you to just to earn her trust. She made Eleanor undergo cybernetic surgery too, didn't she? At least I can become stronger too. Oh, okay, so she had already done that by this point. Even her facial muscles long since adapted to permanent stillness cannot hide the sincerity in her voice. So you understand that Aunt always says one thing but does another. She supposedly severed ties with Currento over their human experiments. Yet when it gives her an advantage, she'll still use the very technology she publicly condemns. The pain of these surgeries is nothing compared to the fate we would have otherwise faced, isn't it? We use a scar that long since healed. So what? No matter the outcome, we've walked completely different paths. Those twisted freaks at the Polar Agency mold you into an emotionless hound, while I am locked away in this gilded prison left to decay. Like a viper flicking its tongue, Lilith lowers her gaze as though she's admiring her impeccably manicured nails. You always say this life is ideal, but is it really? When everything gleams with gold, it's easy to lose sight of what's real. Only those few precious cubic centimeters in our skull remain free from gold. A private space that has always been ours. In the end, you turn into nothing more than a lapdog at your aunt's beck and call. Gives her carefully crafted emotion to a more full conclusion. I'm sorry, Eleanor. So what I'm trying to say is, we can still walk together. It's not too late. The redness in Lilith's eyes gradually fades as she can't secure his glance. Go where? You think you understand me again? My aunt is tyrannical every day, so I should abandon my playground? After submitting my investigation report, I'll be deployed to Eden 2 as part of Currento's intelligence advance team. The ship's name is mentioned every minute in every corner of the Earth. If you can describe such supreme honor with such calmness, becoming a passenger of humanity's first interstellar colony ship. Eleanor, come with me. You have no true loyalty to Manzano, nor do you need to serve Currento. Just pose as a defector and I can secure you a ticket on the ship. Even while describing this near insane plan, the maid maintains a voice without a trace of emotional fluctuation. Yet Lilith understood the plea hidden within those words. Plastic restraints, experiments without anesthesia, killing people they've only known for 5 minutes in the quickest, most brutal ways. None of these things will happen on the ship. Currento's true nature won't change just because they relocated. You're being naive. Of course I understand that. But there we can start a new life. And we can see new stars. Stars we can never see from the ground. If you're willing, Eleanor, perhaps you can even teach me how to read and write. We could leave all those memories behind on this planet never looking back. Rosewater, I don't even care who killed them anymore. Let the past truly remain in the past. A final unexpected confession confirms to Lilith the determination of the woman standing before her. How wretched. Like straight, soaked to the bone in a raging storm with nowhere at all to hide. I'll consider it. For a moment she really does falter, casting aside any need for control, simply walking away. Clock strikes 20 and the sound of fireworks from the central district echoes through the window.
The ceremony is about to begin. Want to watch the stream? Only if the ignition succeeds with those things you promised. Even have a chance of coming true.
Discord offers a slight smile. She can't recall the last time she's worn an expression like this.
Alright, I'll go get some snacks.
Meanwhile, Liv taps the control to bring up the holographic display. What a marvelous day! In the moment we embark on our journey, this stands as humanity's greatest milestone so far, heralding the dawn of a new era. Even if we don't officially change our calendar, future historians will do it for us. This moment marks humanity's transformation, our farewell to adolescence, our coming of age ceremony, the sign that we've cast off childish ways and stepped into maturity. Right now, people all across the globe are crowding around their screens, holograms, or public boards, eagerly awaiting this monumental ceremony, an event on par with the Assault's very first launch. In half an hour, the Zero-Point Reactor 1 behind me is set for its first ignition test. Should the results meet expectations, Eden 2 will be on track to install its Zero-Point engine by year's end. At the appointed hour, this crowning achievement of the Golden Age will embark on its journey toward humanity's new frontier. Love lowers her voice, letting her once excited tone become a gentle accompaniment to the exploding fireworks outside.
Humanity rivaling gods. What an earth-shattering idea. From now on, there is no suffering, only conquest. Conquer the stars, conquer the cosmos, conquer every last inch of it with the void. I'm sorry, we're out of desserts. I just quickly made some toasted marshmallow cookies instead. Hope you don't mind, Eleanor.
Humanity's overcome so many seemingly insurmountable trials. Come visit Prados both for her reward and her curse. She doesn't believe in such a thing as smooth sailing good fortune in this world.
10 seconds until ignition of Zero-Point Reactor 1. Would you like to try one, Eleanor?
Liv doesn't respond.
5 seconds. Eleanor?
Liv doesn't respond. Discord interprets her focus as reverence, no longer disrupting the girl's spiritual pilgrimage. Father brings a cookie to her own lips instead. Caramelized sweetness of melting marshmallow goes with the crunch of whole wheat cookies, so teeth break through the surface.
So sweet. Zero-Point Reactor 1 ignited. Zero-Point Reactor 1 ignited.
Ah, shit. Yeah. The broadcaster's face warps into an unsettling shape distorted by the hologram's contour lines, while the voice of mechanical static filled the living room. Then everything stops. The blue glow of the holographic screen vanishes in an instant. Outside the window, the celebratory music cuts off completely. In the living room, only the moonlight, clear as water, remains, trying to earlier warmth in the suffocating hush.
Have we lost the signal?
This is the ultimate release, reserved for those once fated to pay the price of progress. The girl tilts her head back and releases a chilling feral laugh that leaves Discord deeply unsettled. Gray's laughter drags someone that disturbs the still moonlight. But that's cool. At least we do get to see another perspective of like what's been going on in the Golden Age. So I guess we're gonna see what happens next. But damn, that was all just 6. Apocalypse Day. People who are too close to the sun and too far from the confessional room. History doesn't follow a neat spiraling climb. Its fragile continuity lies well within the beyond the grasp of. God damn it, didn't actually show me everything. The Golden Age glimmers like a dangerously addictive sedative. In the narrow alleys of Los Prados, the dosage runs perilously high. But simply, the people here live far too close to the sun, far too distant from any hope of confession. Once the spiraling skybound staircase is severed, those who rose without effort will tumble like Icarus beneath the blazing light. Once the accident is announced, the disheartened crowd disperses in no time. Everyone realizes because the ignition test has failed, but it doesn't alter Los Prados' carefully laid plans. In the few short years that follow, ill omens arrive in relentless succession. It all starts when the slot machines spew out a flood of coins, sending the lucky winner scurrying away under the envious stares of everyone else. What follows is a mishap involving a service bot, eventually resolved with Madame Manzano's people stepping with both medical aid and compensation. Chasing massive returns on a shoestring is a gamble all on its own. Yet rumors do nothing to deter those would-be pilgrims armed with credit chips and burning ambition, losing themselves in the gilded realm, tumbling headlong into a nightmare. Ah, I see. Yeah, because, I mean, to be fair, I guess here the casino would use a lot of electronics for, like, monitoring the cash flow, the machines, and again, the service robots for it. Golden car door handles, golden crystal chandeliers, a golden trim around the card table. Even the server arm gleams with the same burnished luster. By the time the sensor flares with that ominous red glow, it's already too late to turn back. The half-woven spare bamboo basket tumbles to the ground. The masterminds of Project Bacchanal can do nothing but pin their hopes on a colony ship sailing through a synchronous orbit. Madame Manzano's private car glides through the vacant streets. The citizens' abandoned belongings lie scattered. The storefront facade still stands tall, yet the bustle of yesterday has vanished without a trace. While everyone else rushes toward the aerospace port north of Los Prados, this bulletproof sedan takes a different route altogether. The car rounds a corner beside a nondescript low-rise building, steps out of sight through the entrance to an underground garage. Compared to my last visit, it's like night and day. This place has done a complete 180. The blond man has clearly been waiting. The moment the lady's elegantly poised foot emerges for the car, he delivers a biting, sarcastic quip. From the moment they pulled their funding, the business here no longer answers to Kurino. Besides, Kurino's already feeling the heat, isn't it, Kepart? There's no need to act so childish. She doesn't dial back the sharpness on your tone, not one bit. Now, there's no need to be so cutting, madam. I've come here today because, in truth, I need a favor from you. So you want one final look at the spinning chamber? Very well. Make it quick. She produces a snake-patterned revolver and leisurely turns its gleaming gold cylinder between her fingers. I assume you'd be far more curious about what's going on in the world ever since the outbreak. If that useless intel is all you got, then there's no point in dragging this out. It's hardly intel. Society's already unraveling. Tragedies like this are right above our heads, but no one even stops to look up anymore. The military's longest arsenal strike goes off without a hitch, but they never see it coming. The punishing virus is a catastrophe far beyond their control. The Gestalt Corps is compromised. The virus seizes the chance to infiltrate, and sends a disastrous command through the Starship network. Ram Eden 2 colony ship. Tell me how the crisis was resolved. She refuses to play along with anyone's needless theatrics. I won't lie, the old man nearly had a heart attack. If our evacuation site really had gone up in flames, we'd have been left with no other options. You chose that path yourselves. There's no going back now. Go on. Naturally, we owe thanks to the Starship officers who did what had to be done. Self-destruct? Talk about a scene straight out of a hero flick. Oh, right. The father of that one guy that was part of Watanabe's squad back in the old days. Right. So, let me guess. Your request for me is to evacuate everyone and pick up their bodies while I'm at it. Show some respect for the fallen, will you? In any case, the Great Arcadia transfer has suffered a crippling blow. The Parliament will be casting their votes on the mass evacuation bill any moment now. In our field, we always keep something up our sleeve. A sly rabbit keeps 3 dens. Isn't that what they say about politicians? He's only a lonely counselor. Sure, he can sway a vote or two, but he won't make any real waves. The fighting has barely begun, but the military's on the verge of wresting control from the world government. The old man couldn't be more displeased with our pace. If you want to place the old man's people in those key wartime posts,
you'll have to resort to some shady tactics. If you plan on making that evacuation flight, I suggest you cut to the chase.
She grows impatient. After all, he's thrown around in her turf. Trillard is running himself ragged evacuating VIPs and supplies, but he still brags he can rescue as many people as he wants. Does he think he's Moses parting the Red Sea or something? The Army's air fleet is basically gone. He's got almost no transport planes left that can still fly. You might say he's done for, but that sure doesn't stop him from running his mouth. But someone who's on the verge of drowning will accept any deal, even if it means getting a plank to stay afloat. And you're the one handing Trillard that plank, Manzano. As the influential owner of this resort town and a former key figure in Project Balkanon, I doubt you're short on transport options, are you? 3 full squadrons of transport planes, crews included. That's what I want. Ah, wait, she had those? Well, I guess she does have the money for it. The old man will pull the remaining strings elsewhere. Meanwhile, we owe our thanks to the brave soldiers who laid down their lives. Because of them, those of us who never stepped onto the battlefield still have most of our firepower. Ah, I see. Yeah, because they thought they only had those starships left. But now they'll have to start getting it from anybody because resources are low and times are so chaotic and very uncontrollable. Besides, if I pull off this job for the old man, it'll clear every doubt they've ever thrown my way. Okay, lay out your demands. You know me. I've been around for a while, and I always pay up front. Countless times, Manzano envisions driving a silver bullet into that forsaken den, then setting atop Carano's rotting corpse to declare Project Balkanon's ultimate triumph. And now our foe willingly walks right into her crosshairs. I can send out 4 squads. It doesn't matter anyway. These evacuees are nothing but useless rabble. Their survival depends entirely on their own luck. Oh, how generous. I'm guessing the fine print isn't so forgiving, is it? That girl. Why? That girl goes. She's one of yours. Take her with you. Voice is cold and measured, as though the city has never known betrayal or conspiracy. It's easy enough. Kempart, you should talk the most smack around the card table. When the cards are flipped and the stakes are due, you're always the first to pay up. I gotta say, I respect that. So let's call an end to Los Prados' shining legacy right here. Regarding Project Winter, I wish you the best of luck. If destiny wills it, we'll meet again in the new world. You didn't kill Rosewater, did you? The goodbyes have already been said, the visitor still breaks the moment with one last question. What are you trying to say? She lowers the window, her eyes glinting with cold malice. It's nothing. Those who play with vipers tend to end up on the wrong side of their fangs, don't they? So the response is a screech of tires as the sedan speeds on eventually at the top of the ramp. Lawman remains in an empty underground garage, exhales smoke, rings into the thick stagnant air. Wait, what? What do you mean? Lilith did the job! Oh wait, was it not supposed to be her? Like, was she actually supposed to do something else? And like, she maybe gave a false report that she had to kill the person? Possibly? Maybe. Emergency lights cast an unsettling glow over the once popular hall, twisting its proud sculptures and the ravenous roulette tables into ominous shades of brown. Yet the 2 figures at the corner card table seem oblivious to the hall's imminent collapse around them. Clueless visitors, once oblivious to their own foolishness, howling at or cheering at the top of their lungs, have all disappeared. Those mechanical dealers with their syrupy, sweet, but soulless synthesized voices have gone silent. Even so, they savor this financial sense of calm. Manzano's likely already dealt with the troublemakers, just as you wanted. Thank you, sir, for your kindness. It's the last thing I ask of you. Sliding their fingertips out across the dealer spot, lifting a playing card with effortless grace. Stand. Did you manage to collect all your points, sir? The next card in the deck is a 10. I'm placing an insurance bet. As you wish. Smoothly steps into the role of Game Master, sliding the cards toward the man across the table. So, you've made your choice as well. My aunt flings the city gates wide open. If I don't move forward now, doesn't all the work spent crafting this wooden horse go to waste? Speaking of the wooden horse, is the gentleman's plan truly what it seems?
Whether humanity makes it through this bitter winter is another crucial factor. As for me, I place my faith in probability rather than the plan itself. Lilith, I imagine you share that view. Kronos' project may be overambitious, but they're the first to dare break free from their restraints and explore. Those forbidden experiments have yielded a wealth of invaluable data to me. For winter. Yes, but it doesn't end there. Naturally, Manzano's initiative fell victim to Kronos' early forays. Still, it gave you the perfect ground for weeding out the unfit, didn't it? No need to talk about those failures. As for what comes next, rest easy, sir.
Barely perceptible flash of anger crossed the operator's eyes.
I trust your skill at the table, but you should know better than anyone. There are only two types of people in the card game. Those who control the flow, and those poor fish ripe for the taking. Easily replaced once their blood dry. Sending her away cuts off your past ties for good. After that, everything hinges on your own actions. Thank you for the warning, sir. I'll remember it well.
It's just a sentence keeping attention at just the right pitch. And slowly flips her card to reveal its suit.
Blackjack. Looks like this hand belongs to me, Mr. Trout. I'll honor the deal we made at the start. Go on. What do you want to know? When a direct Trojan horse strike on the throne secure better odds? Or is it that, sir? You aren't quite as certain of me as I'd hope.
Faint hint of defiance flickers across the victor's brow, making it clear she's not after the obvious answer.
Krono dares to push past established limits. Yet for most situations, it still falls to the king to keep everything in balance. Remember, humans are pawns too. If we're orchestrating a non-zero-sum game, all we need is to edge out a little more each time. And really, steering a plague straight to the throne just to pick out a lone survivor? Don't you think that's a twisted way to go about it? The die is cast and the plane's about to take off. Even though he's only a guest, he cuts off the questioning with words that practically show to lift the door. Hedging your bets on both sides. Yes, that's very much your style. That's the trait I admire most in you. Though disappoint me. Willing to take such risks, sir. You really are one exceptional gambler. If things weren't so dire, I'd love nothing more than to go another round with you.
If she says otherwise, her hand drifts to the moon umbrella beside a table as if she's about to rise and take her leave. The grave-like hush of the hall, a sudden noise shatters the stillness. Something distinctly inhuman.
We're closed for the night. Can't you tell?
With a deft flick of her wrist, she plays her card, drawing the 10 of spades from the tabletop, elegant fingers carving a poised arc through the air. A quick shot of metal crashed into the marble table, releasing a razor-sharp clang. As it rose to a stop, the glowing red censer at its tip finally dims.
Nice moves.
Intruder's just the opening act. A shower of tiny debris rains down from the dome onto the card table. In the dim light, the walls of the hall begin to quake as if they sense the impending chaos.
What a shame. This is the only casino in Central Avenue with a Bramante-style vaulted ceiling. But disaster doesn't care about aesthetics. It just makes everything beautiful. It doesn't matter though. There'll be recompense waiting for me, Babylonia. Word has it the nobles are twisting themselves into knots trying to make room on the transport plane for their gold and silver horns. My carry-on luggage is much more modest.
Though the flourishes the moon umbrella, the conjure's wand, that dips into a courteous bow toward Trout.
Winter is coming. Please take care, sir, until our next spar.
Strides into the shadows, vanishing at the far end of the corridor. She untests the tabletop, his upper glove making a soft rhythmic sound against the velvet surface. This gaming hall is far from ruined, and the match unfolding here won't be their last. In the corridor, the citizens have lost all semblance of their former dignity. Seems to discard even the last of their belongings just to inch closer in the boarding line. Riot officers from the Los Prados guards still going to maintain order, and yet neither guns nor authority can quell the upper class's inherent arrogance. Damn it! Manzano promised me priority evacuation in person! As he shoves aside, the panicked onlookers flashes the brilliant diamond on his knuckle right under the guard's nose. You uniformed thugs only trust cold, hard cash, don't ya? Yeah, I know, I get it. Damn you all. But curses as he yanks open his suitcase, digging through a hidden compartment for wherever he needs. Meanwhile, a woman carrying the moon umbrella steps into the waiting hall where Poise Elegant steps. Catches the echo of that crude shouting and lets a disdainful smirk curl out of her lips, as if mocking at Chamberlain's complaints. Feast your eyes on this. Lucky 38 Casino's gleaming platinum coin, handed out by Manzano herself. Go on, take it. Give it a big chomp to check if it's the real deal. Let's see if your teeth can handle it. He presses a palm-sized silver-gray disc into the guard's hands, the one struggling to keep her crowd at bay. This moment appears to offer everyone an outlet for their mounting anxiety, prompting them to scramble and show off anything that might secure their right to pass. I've clinched the Outstanding Citizen Award 3 years running. Even those bigwigs in the World Parliament bow their heads when they see me. The special pass issued by the Transatlantic United Airlines granting indefinite clearance across all community territories. These are desperate times. Your rations must be running low, right? Here, take these emergency meal packs. Everyone, please, order. Gather your belongings and line up. On recognizing their once renowned socialite, the crowd abandons the guards and converges on this newly arrived figure.
There's no need to panic. Madame Manzano has already laid out the evacuation plan. We had ample time. But if you keep this up, I can't guarantee anything. For now, the Mojave Desert stands as this city's natural shield, keeping the corrupted outbreak at bay. Countless poor people all across the globe are spilling blood for a single seat on a transport plane. Yet here you are, sheltered by the highest level of security, behaving like you've lost every shred of dignity. Where's that virtue that you all pretend to uphold?
Speaks with poised restraint, letting just enough reproach seep through. Never too strong, never too weak. But beneath it all, she feels nothing but disgust. Disaster is a chance for the ambitious to step into the spotlight, but the so-called elites choose to scurry like squealing vermin, surrendering to their pitiful urge to survive in the face of a threat that isn't even urgent. I see. She desires people who can continue the game, you know, even if their chances are still low. Or at least that's part of it. Besides, they once scoffed at the idea of a starship. Now they're seconds away from tearing each other apart just to get on board. Pathetic. Expendables like these are only fit to feed the bacteria in a petri dish.
On a sinking cruise ship, there are gentlemen who lift their violence to play. Hypocrites who don't hesitate to overpower women and children, even turning violent. How do you hold on to that final shred of decorum? In the end, the choice is yours.
Cranston descends into bickering, but she refuses to spend another ounce of effort on them. That finishes her words and slips through the narrow gap the guards have cleared, making her way to the far end of the boarding corridor. The blast doors of the massive spacecraft's observation bay glide apart with a barely whisper. This model is so cutting edge, so it's no surprise Colonel is turning to Los Prados for resources.
Where have you been? You've taken ages. We had some personal matters to attend to. Besides, there are far too many guests at the boarding gate.
Usual, Lilith inclines her head in a slight bow.
No need to fret over them. The seats we set aside on the transport plane aren't going to be snatched by the corrupted. They always act that way. Even if you put them in heaven, they'll grumble it's colder than hell. Is everyone here prepared to depart?
Said he had something beneath the surface, but the extra implication feels unwarranted.
The whole crew has been on standby, waiting for you. Carried away in. No offense intended. Let's get moving, shall we?
Madame Manzano powers up the wall's touchscreen console and delivers her final instructions to the cockpit. When we pass it, the metallic floors start to quiver, movement so faint it's barely noticeable. Unlike those old-fashioned shows that depend on solid fuel rockets for takeoff, this cold-fusion craft delivers steady thrust while keeping passengers comfortably at ease. Only the thick layer of cloud sprawling across that floor-to-ceiling window reminds them they're pushing beyond the pull of gravity. The white haze thins out, giving way to a deep navy. Big specks of starlight shimmer at the window's edge. The plane shifts its angle. The softly curving horizon glides across the cabin window in a slow, steady spin. A towering steel blossom hangs above the rail, its blade-like petals cutting off part of the sunlight.
That is the Eden 2 colony ship.
In those violet-gray eyes, the ship's hull shimmers with reflected silver. Beneath that solid exterior lies the pinnacle of humanity's cosmic ambition. A sealed, self-sustaining ecosystem, a robust life support and industrial network, and a propulsion system powered by zero-point energy. We're meant to sail off with the hopes of civilization to lands no one has ever seen, but now we've become the final node of the once golden age.
According to the last motion, our colony ship will be christened Babylonia.
It's a name so fitting, it borders on the ironic. Long ago, an ancient ruler spared no expense, no mercy, to raise a garden in midair for Queen Semiramis. And now, humanity has fled beyond Earth's reach. Do we still drain our final reserves to appease a planet that no longer responds?
From this point on, she becomes our last beacon of Earth's geostationary orbit. But our government and military have their own designs of reclaiming Earth. Our struggle with Kurino, well, we can't afford a single misstep.
Forces have measured as the vessel sliding smoothly toward Babylonian spaceport, and more like a partner directive than an outright order.
I see. Auntie, has your deal with the Counselor been finalized?
Keeps her eyes on the window, seemingly spellbound by the massive starship's elegant yet imposing structure.
All it cost us was a few passengers' priority to evacuate. It is a significant price to pay. It's only a matter of time before they're granted access to Babylonia. After all, I never forsaken on a guess who was aiding Los Prados.
Love doesn't dwell on how strange that promise sounds. She's drawn instead to something even more suspicious.
So what are you implying, wait, this doesn't make sense.
The gleaming mirror-like window, Lilith notices the flicker of surprise forming on her own face. At times, she's amazed at how effortlessly she can pull off this charade. None of this makes sense. For instance, why is Aunt alone with only me by her side?
What about her?
Nov already knows the answer deep down, but she still forces out her carefully shaped question.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mija. She won't be joining us in Babylonia. Did I forget to mention, Discord was always an expendable pawn, and the deal's done.
And a ticket one. Grin in Babylon. Our Reconquista age has begun. Damn. I can't. Damn, I want to put my own thing. Like my own cup and stuff.
As the catastrophe sparked by the zero-point reactor 1 an element to the next phase of evolution is upon us.
You realize that evolution always comes with elimination, don't you? Of a voice as though echoing through water, because the Lilith says we're a sudden stinging jolt. A surge of warmth seeps into the ear canals, dragging your memory back into a seemingly endless void.
There's a hematoma in the outer ear canal. Not sure about any intracranial hemorrhage. It's icing drained out the hull to bleeding.
Our skull is now tattered, stained beyond recognition, polluted by metal shards and splashes of blood. The voice along the shore fades even further away, as she continues to sink, as the sunlit layer into the twilight depths. Far in the trench, a sunlit hospital corridor stretches out. Top afternoon light, so unlike anything one can find beneath the ocean, was the pristine white interior, gentle glow. December 25th, 2150. The digital clock displays an eerie date, 2 days after one of Willow's teenage birthdays.
2197.
I fix his gaze on the message tower in his hand and short the low and sweat hot.
Sir, where are we?
Even where memory nearly unmoored from all anchors or caution remains a matter of pure instinct. She holds her tongue. The moment she realizes the person in front of her isn't even aware she exists. Keeps his entire focus locked on the terminal right in front of him. The mimetic corruption reaches the far end of the bridge and yet can't solve what lies before us. Need more samples and create more chances. No matter how the possibilities unfold, you can never obtain on your own. How warm the sailors cave in.
From the start. That's the reason you...
She tries to gather her thoughts, but a blinding light tears through her eyelids, jolting every nerve. Her limbs are locked down against cold metal. She can feel the same unforgiving surface under her body.
The intel we salvaged for full winter isn't complete. We're already pushing the experiment's replication to its very limit. The tantalum-193 copolymer is highly compatible, but during data transfer an unknown signal source breaches their mind. We suspect it stems from those early experiments leaving behind an irreversible trauma in the brain.
Eyes she clamped down on her eyes like iron prison bars. Sharp sting blurring her brain's ability to register what she sees. Her hearing remains unnervingly sharp, guiding her from the cell to the core, where her final judgment awaits.
Worthless. And I went so far as to make her our test subject 1. Begin the biohazard purge. Shut down all life support immediately. No, it's impossible. She staked her very existence on a platinum chip. Won't have the haughty dealer cast her aside like worthless scrap. It comes down to it, what could that voice possibly know of real pain? She's never even felt the slightest pressure of true danger. Shut that filthy, festering mouth of yours right now! Chaotic fury rips from her throat, and with it, a certain thick viscous fluid bursts out. She can barely breathe. She struggles against her bondage, but the spikes burrow even deeper beneath her skin with every movement. Her vision cuts through her lashes. I want to retreat back in the depths of her mind as the shadowless lamp's searing heat forces its way. But she won't stop here. You can make so many decisions for me, but this absolutely will not be one of them. Continue. Understood.
Okay, so no, she hadn't become an actual construct yet. At least I think. Pain floods through her, and she feels her consciousness slip away once again. Oh, am I gonna be like fighting in her mind? Memory import successful. Wait, so she was literally test subject number 1. Really?
言ってなかったかしら。シュエットは最初から使い捨てのチップ。そして取引はすでに終わった。
あなたにとってのチップはいろいろあるでしょうけど、私の愛する人形は違います。血を流す覚悟がなければ誰も騙せません。幸運なお客様、チップ回収です。ほら、指揮官様欲望に溺れた彼らをご覧あれ。新たな命が廃墟から立ち上がる。空中庭園は避難所ではなく墓場です。血を流す覚悟がなければ誰も騙せません。幸運なお客様、チップ回収です。幸運なお客様、チップ回収です。
あの船では全員が生き延びるのは無理よ。私の植民艦だけが次の黄金時代へとたどり着けるの。
血を流す覚悟がなければ誰も騙せません。幸運なお客様、幸運なお客様、チップ回収です。ほら、指揮官様過去に生きる悪くありません。ですがそれは化石とどう違うのです？フォン・ネガットさん、昇格ネットワークはあなたに違う権限を与えたようですね。
やはり期待通りですが、力が欲しければ力を制御できる実力を証明しなければ。
それは挑発ですか、それとも正体？どちらにせよこれまでの努力を水の泡にするわけがないでしょ。
Oh my god, am I gonna have to 1v1 Vonnegut? Oh my god. Never mind, just responding to his moves. Okay.
素晴らしい対局をありがとうございます。商品としてこのパニシングのソースコードをいただきますね。 ベッドはそれだけでいいのですか？
System rebooting. Complete. Initializing simulated consciousness. Establishing visual feed. A sequence of precise spiderweb patterns flicker across her vision, finally halting on the fifth line. Moments later, her vision snaps back into perfect clarity. Lilith instinctively stretches out her hands. Delicate lace gloves have vanished, revealing stark mechanical joints in their place. Okay, so I see. Because I was kind of wondering, like, if she actually was going to Babylonia, how she just end up as an Ascendant, not necessarily like why I'm Vonnegut's team, but just how she end up like that, and like no one talks about it. But I see.
Here, have a sip. It'll do you good.
Doctor hands her a clear IV bag, then tube already attached.
Electrolyte. From here on out, you have to adapt to this.
Takes a little hesitation for confusion.
I get it. I mean, do you have any alcohol flavor options?
Blade front construct rises from the operating table, testing the flexibility of her wrists. Then looks at the nearby surgeon and voices a surprisingly bold request. Glances toward Manzano with a trace of confusion, clearly looking for approval.
If her frame can take it, then let her have the drink. As you wish, madam.
The doctor withdraws a slender test tube-shaped vial from the choke cabinet beside the operating table.
In essence, it works just like standard medical-grade alcohol. A pain reliever and disinfectant. Excellent. Just what I need.
She unseals it and downs the liquid in a single gulp. Then she flicks out the tip of her purple tongue, licking away every last trace from the corners of her lip. Subtle, artful disarray, swiftly used to the refined grace that comes so naturally to her.
During my surgery, I must have blurted out some wild things to you, Anne, didn't I? If you're free later, maybe we can head over to that bar by Dominic Memorial Plaza.
Her apology is rudely interrupted.
You've survived a procedure that should have been impossible to pull off. The outcome I see is right before me. As for the unpleasant moments along the way, I'm willing to pretend they never occurred. So spare me the phony niceties.
Before Lilith could speak, Manzano presses on with her words.
Compared to those trivial games we played before, the challenges to come are where real danger begins. If you really believe you owe me a debt, then brace yourself, because you'll be the first to walk into hell. Alright, get up now.
Rush for Lilith to step away from the operating table, issuing orders to the doctors at the same time.
We need to gather the surgical data and reconstruct the mind's data model, which is slowly succumbing to corruption. We'll submit the report as soon as we can. Challenges to come? Come to think of it, are you actually moving forward with construct experiments now, Anne?
Oh, so she was trying to do that too. I see. This will be her new way of trying to gain the upper hand in the competition. There's no judgment in her tone, just a cool, factual statement.
Principles are meaningless in a high-stakes power struggle. If one rule stands above all, it's that winning is everything. In that brief span of the Los Prados blockade, the military wastes no time, swiftly sending combat structures into active battles. Punishing knocked over our old chessboard, and now the Eden 3, built for starbound travel, with its advanced ecosystem, won't be launching anytime soon. We used to stand on our own, free from Kurno and the World Government Parliament's grip. Now we may be under someone else's roof, but there's no way we'll become pawns for Hassan and his lot. As you said, Aunt, they'll hold a stranglehold on construct technology. How are we supposed to stand a chance?
As yet blatant opportunism is quick thinking is something Lilith has seen over and over in Los Prados. Behind his move she knows all too well. Yet the truly perceptive ones always end up on top in the end. So she holds back the scornful remark on the tip of her tongue.
The first generation military constructs are nothing more than a stopgap for finding in high punishing zones. For the stability of their mind and their physical resilience, they all fall short. The intel you've gathered on Project Winter is incomplete, and Kurno's technological progress, built up ever since Project Cathilla, has become remarkably advanced. Just because Kurno may choose to conceal their power doesn't mean I'll follow suit. Hold your ace close, but never hesitate to demonstrate your prowess. True instinct is the bedrock of any fair competition.
She knows exactly what her aunt wants to hear, effortlessly repeating the lessons etched into her memory.
Good. Looks like the memory transfer hasn't wiped out your memories. Once they see our next generation frames, the military has no choice but to join forces with us.
Manzano guides Lilith from the surgery suite to the home. Beyond the porthole, the sea of stars remains eternally still.
Come on, I'll show you the trump card that helped us win back Babylonia. You're an exceptional breakthrough, but trust me, you won't be the last.
They weave through the ship's labyrinth of corridors, constantly passing mechanics, officials, and soldiers. Everyone appears pressed by tasks too critical to pause for even a second. No one so much as slows down. Lilith notices someone she recognizes among the crowd.
Mr. Kephart.
It's the last person who struck a deal with Auntie before everyone pulled out.
Hmm? Oh, you're Lilith.
Quickly meets Madame Manzano's gaze.
So the experiment was a success.
The construct in the magician's house steps in with an old-fashioned display of etiquette, diffusing the awkwardness hanging in the air.
Yes, I owe it all to my aunt's dedicated care. And we couldn't have done it without the groundwork Colonel laid back then. My hand hadn't held on to those old Project Winter files, and I'd still be standing here today.
It's a genuine radiant smile. Even her slender lashes quiver softly with the delight in her voice.
In these grim times, uplifting news like this is exactly what we need.
Pan's commanding voice echoes off the metal corridor walls and portholes. For a split second, it feels like he's delivering a campaign speech.
Alright, that'll do. We're in Babylonia, not some gated enclave on the east coast. Anyone still standing has been battered by this war to hell and back. I really doubt your tired slogans will land any votes now.
She obviously has a hidden meaning behind her words, and Kephart is fully aware of it.
Rest assured, as soon as the moment is right, I'll introduce a proposal before the Parliament to reassess construct technology. Naturally, that means I'll be severing all ties with Kurano and the military in one swoop move.
Chief's glint sparks off his face once again.
When the time comes, I'll be counting on your support, madam.
Basically, he takes Manzano's hand in his and bestows a hand kiss that's short on subtlety, yet brisk with theatrical flair. That makes a brisk retreat heading opposite the path.
I know exactly what you're about to ask. Don't worry, I've already taken your award into account.
Babylonia Orbital Transport System. Towering hologram flares the light at the corridor's far end.
Get in.
Around 5 minutes later, the ship's transport module eases to a stop alongside a platform. Conscious to the early experimental facility, the spot is eerily silent, like a hospital basement morgue. The place is deserted. No crowds, no announcements. Even a constant mechanical rumble from deep inside the massive hole is barely audible. Manzano guides Lilith to the blast-proof door at the far edge of the platform.
Construct?
Takes a sharp, startled breath. Metal exoskeleton and over-the-top hat, not even a single bird feather out of place. But I believe that beneath such stately finery, every shred of flesh has been replaced by synthetic fluid and mechanical parts. Wait, what?
Otherwise, why do you think you're test subject 1 instead of 0?
Oh, wait, what? Madame Manzano's a construct?
You should be grateful, my dearest niece. Long before you set foot on the operating table, someone else went through every danger so you wouldn't have to.
Liv sees with anger, but she's not surprised. The imposing woman before always believes she can bend everything to her will. Damn! Madame Manzano is her. Like, for real.
That agony. And went through it long before I did. I'm truly sorry for losing my composure during the procedure.
Take satisfaction knowing your frame mind can mimic speech just as seamlessly as a human brain.
I've already mentioned that you'll have plenty of chances to repay me down the line.
Zana steps into the room beyond the threshold. Voice-activated white lights flare to light for a steady crackle, like tiny bolt explosions illuminating the pitch-black corridor step by step. The incubation pods line up in perfect rows at the heart of the chamber.
The construct deployed by both the military and Kurano function in high-density zones, thanks to something called invert device. Put simply, we introduce a minuscule amount of punishing virus crystals as an antigen. By calibrating the neutralization process in a confined space around the subject, We generate a bubble in which the virus concentration remains low, even absent. You might as well call it a blocking antenna. I bet that type of frame can't stay in a high-risk zone for very long, can it? I feel the same. Thanks to Godwin's research, I come to understand that the mind functions just like any other organ, no different from the human brain. If human organs are capable of generating antibodies, the construct can develop them as well.
Ah.
What are you implying, Ant? If toxins are unavoidable, why not filter them out? My construct doesn't need one of those bulky antenna shields. I went with a dialyzer instead. There's a built-in suppressor in my frame. That's also why you and I don't have that unsightly bump on our heads.
Wait, what? Oh, what? Did they used to have that before, I guess? Huh. Well, that's new.
Though the Madam's arrogance is just as unrelenting as ever, ultimately embracing the punishing is still the right course of action.
Well, it barely bats an eye. If her aunt had arrived at the same conclusion as Kurano, that would have truly let her down.
Assume the built-in shielding allows the frame to endure longer in a high-intensity viral zone. But what if the virus density surpasses the circulation rate's threshold? That's my next challenge to tackle. The mind and the brain are one and the same. Of all people, you should know that the brain can be transplanted. Bodies are easy to produce. You decide to make them, there's no limit to how many you can create.
Virus filtering, memory backup? For mere minutes, Lozano puts forth two utterly outrageous concepts, treating them as if they were perfectly valid technical proposals.
Then, does Discord know about this?
When Hen shattered the unspoken taboo, they both had to silently acknowledge.
I almost forgot. She's staying behind at the Kurano ground installation. Given how the fighting's going, she's likely wrapped up her upgrades by now. Then again, it's still just the outdated model. Before presenting a new generation of construct tech to the Parliament, I need a control group that will really sell the idea. There's some data we can't get through official means in Babylonia, but Discord should be wrapping up that collection any moment now. The surface is dangerous.
Offers no judgment, speaking in a cold, detached tone that only states the facts.
I have a reward set aside for you, but don't expect it to come free. You'll have to earn it on your own. Kurano's construct data alone won't suffice. I also need concrete proof that the internal suppression system is reliable.
Ah, to show that her version would be superior.
I'm handpicking only the most capable civilians from Babylonia for enhancement. Once modified, they're deployed to the surface into specialized frames, gathering real-time combat data. And you, your last trial is to find her before a punishing virus engulfs Discord entirely. That alone will decide whether you pass.
Wow. So a forced rescue mission.
Don't get me wrong. If she were to die, it'd be a lot harder for me to acquire that valuable data, now wouldn't it? Our goals have always been in perfect sync. You know that's actually quite rare for a family.
Continues to live, convinced she's in the right at every turn.
No, that's not it. It's just that your plan covers every detail. I'm honestly taken aback, Ant.
Zano answers to praise her frosty laugh, then steps forward, letting her fingertips glide over the polished surfaces, row upon row of incubation pods.
Be it Project Balkanon or Project Winter, both are designed to help humanity conquer our final imagined test. That test has moved from the stars to the punishing virus, but a drive toward evolution will never cease.
Sometimes Liv can't help but admire her resolve. Beyond her careful planning, everything is guesswork. Yet, through constant trial and error, she always manages to find that faint glimmer of a correct answer. But in truth, it's barely more than a fleeting touch.
Wait, I'm feeling a bit dizzy. It's simply your frame adjusting. Now which of you was asking for that alcohol flavor electrolyte?
Liv doesn't bother acknowledging the sneer, so we press her fingertips to her temple. Pulls a condensed data fragment from the backup in her mind. A single trace left by an unknown signal source during that seemingly successful modification procedure. Axioms are always this straightforward. It's a fragment of the punishing virus code. Vonnegut's special gift to her, delivered through the Ascension Network.
Babylonia stands as humankind's last hope, but together we can make that hope dazzle all the more. Whoever claims the city atop the highest peak will be the one to reign over the new world. The time for our counterstrike begins now.
Yeah, alright.
Damn, still?
So the incomprehensible target. So the unfillable hollow. I want to at least be close to finishing this. Or at least halfway. Oh, my little girl, are you having trouble following along? I never even heard of the Pollard Agency. Given Kurano's clout, it's no surprise that all sorts of shady types want to ride on our coattails. The man waves off the newly enhanced construct in front of him, patience etched across his face. Mission report. Day 182 post-disaster. Los Prados defensive perimeter collapsed. Nameless Air Force base fully overrun by corrupted. Critical intel remains unsecured. Potential exposure threatens operational integrity. Showing no hint of emotion, the console goes over the briefing she's given at least 5 times before. Stop! Anyway, would you mind teaching that ridiculous mask? This is a part of my battlefield sensory suite. It's designed to work in sync with human immune and regulatory systems. Keeps her real reason to herself. If only revealing her face will only expose more emotion. Exactly what she wants to avoid right now. Anyway, your isolation review is over. Dismissed. Where to after dismissal? This is your transfer order. You're now part of the Purifying Force of the Direct Command of Military HQ. First, report to Commander Nicola. If anything else comes up, take it to your new captain, Bianca. Oh. I didn't notice she was part of that squad. Colin swipes across the screen a few times with his thick-knuckled fingers, then turns the terminal toward Discord to display the official document. Roger. The maid-like consort pivots on her heel and exits the briefing room. Ah, now he's here too. Are you sure this is the right way to settle things? She's done more than fulfill her duty. Thanks to punishing that old pest Manzano was no longer our concern. Discord's unwavering loyalty has only confirmed it once again. With a slow, deliberate motion, Colin pulls out a pouch of chewing tobacco, tears open a wrapper, and throws the gray round pellets into his mouth. As for Polongowski, Presley crunches the wrapping paper into a wad and casually flings it into the trash can under the table. His companion catches on right away, yet still breathes out a soft sigh. What, did they eliminate Polongowski? Leave the old world's affairs to the old world. Bro, you're pretty smart. He has a cruel grin as though he's wearing the unchanging mask of a Greek tragedian. Anyway, I'll deal with that old lady's problem later. Since the outbreak, the fighting on the surface is largely under control. Our main priority is making sure our people reclaim those key positions of authority. Right, yeah, because they had lost those because of not only the whole punishing thing going on, but also the Great Evacuation. This deal is supposed to be our once-in-a-lifetime chance. Who would have guessed Triller would give his life for the cause in such a devastating way? If only we all had that kind of resolve. Ah, so that had already happened by this point. Damn. Again, rip Triller, man. I still can't shake the feeling that something's off. Skeptical edge to his voice that cuts right through the hollow sentiment. When did you turn to such a worrywart? Everyone who's ever teamed up with him is accustomed to his confrontational style, but it simply goes on sharing his ideas. You're right. Protecting every seat in the Parliament is absolutely vital to us. So in the midst of the Great Evacuation, we marshal vast transport fleets and armed units to guarantee that those world government officials and lawbreakers loyal to Kurano reach Babylonia safely. But after Kephart brings Discord back from the Los Prados spaceport to Kurano, he simply vanishes. There's no record of his whereabouts. His last known appearance was on the day of the outbreak. Maybe they're living under an alias. Day in and day out they're buried under secret dealings. But you know exactly how that feels, huh, bro? Wouldn't it be nice if someday I could just live as a regular person, drifting along without a care? There's really nothing bad about that at all. Instead of a disposable playboy, I'm more interested in one pulling the strings behind them. This is yet another red flag. Whoever's pulling the strings behind Kephart. Up to now, we've had no confirmation of Trout's location. Want to hear the truth from me? Do I really have any other option? Someone that fascinated by this research, even before the outbreak, can't just be a curious writer. If he really is still alive, then when we finally meet again, we have to decide how to harness his power for Kurano. Ah, so they were always on the hunt for him too, right? Yeah, because I think I do remember that. It's like, because, again, someone who had already kind of known about this kind of stuff by now. Need a pack? The man's face twists into bizarre shapes as he chews, but he somehow finds time to call out to his companions. You know I don't mess with that stuff. Purifying force means oh, right, yeah, because Bianca's purifying force, right. So you're the new hire, right?
Purifying Force Construct Discord. I need to report to Captain Bianca.
Hello there, I'm Damon. That person you just met, you can just call him Isa. Carefree Construct Citadel. Oh, I never met this guy. I'm Asarius. Captain Bianca is on a ground mission while we head off for the morning drills. Head to your quarters and get comfortable. If it piques your interest, join me in the training zone once you're settled.
Roger.
We're all on equal footing here. No need for formalities. Alright, I'm heading out now. Dude, when will this guy actually be a playable character? Because Bianca made it sound like he was a strong individual, especially since he was supposed to assassinate someone a while back. I don't remember who it was. Catch you later. Caustic shoulder plate bears the Silent Eye insignia of the Purifying Force, unmistakably on display. This score effectively recalls a motto that echoes the symbol's meaning. Ever vigilant. Realizing that she might never break free from the same logic for the rest of her life, she's surprised to feel a sense of relief.
Orders, missions, schedules. This is for the best.
She serves a purpose she doesn't understand. Not that she have to. Insatiable void that can never be filled. Post on the terminal in the maintenance bay. That's the one she's destined to take down with her own hands. This is the post-operation cleanup duty she's tasked with moving forward. Says the weight of vital fluid royal in her chest.
This
doesn't weigh another second. She opens the search interface. Then she enters the one name she can never forget. She neatly feels grateful to Colonel. Ever since her augmentation, her mind can interface with an endless flow of knowledge and data. What used to seem like a grand quest, learning every letter, turns to a simple starter skill in the blink of an eye. She wishes more than anything that it was the person who taught her everything. Eleanor Sinclair. The results found. Eleanor. The result. She doesn't hold much hope to begin with, so this result doesn't catch her off guard. In the depths of this towering starship, there's a single secret the Purifying Force can't uncover. In every inch of barren surface land, infested by hetero creatures that are corrupted, be the stage for her countless missions ahead. No matter how far that person's gone, this goal is determined to track her down. Okay. Well, it's already been 3 hours. I don't know how much longer I'd be able to keep going. Should I do one more? Nah, you know what? We'll do something different to end the stream. Nah, I actually should do one more, probably, right? Fine, yeah, we'll do one more. Because there will. But not has anything to do with the outcasts living on the streets. Same metal walls, same low ceiling. Even with the advanced airflow circulation of Babylonia, the air remains just as heavy and clingy as before. Why don't you tell me where the members of the Polar Agency come from, Miss Polongowski? By Collinson's standards, he's actually speaking quite gently at the moment. So the woman wants no part of his dagger behind a smile. You already know everything. Pollard Orphanage. You kidnapped those children. I never forced them into anything. They were all children with nowhere else to go. And frankly, back in the beginning, almost every candidate was brought in by Rosewater. Oh. Damn, there's a connection. And that guy, he's been dead for years, right? Let me check. The cause of death. Deliver it over the top floor as Collins pulls up a dusty old mission report.
Abandoning the Lost Prados intelligence station using Manzana to eliminate him, giving Discord more operational freedom. They were all the old man's own orders.
It isn't a plea, it's a statement of fact. She knows that never mind of truth will change the outcome of this here. Now, where were we? Child candidates? Let's continue.
Children are far more manageable. Their bodies adapt so much more readily. Thanks to the agency's efforts, Colonel now commands a fully trained corps of operatives. During those grueling days when we challenged the World Government Security Intelligence Bureau, the Polar Agency stood as our best as our most dependable sword and shield.
Oh? You really think sweet-talking your way through this will knock a few years off your sentence? Don't forget, the Polar Orphanage wasn't founded just to train agents. If your story holds up, then why did the Polar Agency switch to recruiting adults later on?
Guess the 0-point engine budget proposals. When the organization handed all that priceless intel over to the old man, no one bothered to ask where we got our agents.
Don't get me wrong, the old man has no intention of overlooking your contributions. But you know how it goes. After all, Babylonia inherited the war government's authority, so we still have to abide by the rules.
Ever vigilant. Keep Kurno's interests above all else. What else do you want to hear?
The former intelligence director suddenly grows weary of the status quo. She's interrogated countless individuals, and deep down she's always known betrayal will one day come knocking at her door. She's never been the kind of person who just stands there and takes a beating.
What have you sacrificed? Anyone who only scrapes by their own skin. Or scrapes by to see their own skin has no right to judge me.
What have I sacrificed? My peace, my kindness. Are those the trite answers you're looking for? Make no mistake, you're not pushing Kurno's agenda. You're putting it all on the line for the future of mankind. Rules, bylaws, and so-called humanitarian acts rushed through just to keep people quiet. If we actually stuck to them, we wouldn't even be able to form our first construct line of defense when the punishing virus strikes. We're all damned by our own deeds. We don't away every ounce of our dignity for the sake of someone else's tomorrow. Don't question where I stand. The problem is, he makes a very valid point, because a lot of the stuff that we have now wouldn't have been done without Kurno and their like evil or like their own hidden agendas, and then us taking it and just recycling it, you know? So it is the irony, isn't it, that it's like the good guy can't necessarily just always win with just the humane answer. I'm not saying that's a good thing or anything, but in the case of the setting of this game and everything else, it's like we kind of had to use those like as a little step ladder, like all those projects that they had done to advance ourselves, like with the hyperreal frame, with the Omega weapons, with Imperia, with the trace or the Shadow Tracer, or at least a good majority of that stuff. It's like we wouldn't have come to learn any or how to make that kind of technology and been able to survive this long without using at least some of them. Which again is the irony of all this. Like we keep saying Kurno's evil, that they're horrible people, but again it's like the fact that they actually got to this technology at this time is what has saved us, ironically. Because again, with the means that Babylonia had already had, and just trying to be nice and stuff, they would have just been stuck in a rut. They literally would have made like no progress, nowhere to go. Again, that's just the crazy thing about all of this. So it's like, even though I like bag on Kurno, it's like, to be fair, they've been smart in like, again, putting all their eggs in all the right baskets, and as many baskets as possible. And again, they have made progress, and it has shown one way or another. The muscle in his cheeks pulled tight, covering deep lines, a raw fury that stands in stark contrast to his former polished facade. And please, don't make this difficult for me. File an official interrogation report with the Parliament, and we'll leave all of this behind us. As soon as we can confirm that we're no longer breaking anyone's voluntary rights, both the Cosmic Research Initiative and Project Winter can resume full steam ahead. Collins rarely ever loses his composure, supposedly. But for Kurno to establish a foothold in Babylonia, and for his bold vision to truly take root, he's willing to set aside his own pride. Evolution doesn't wait for anyone, neither does the ever-escalating punishing calamity. True. When we selected those children all those years ago, we cared about more than just their natural talent. We placed great importance on the mind. Settle Town starts off as just an Air Force base accessory, to a wealthy mogul called Fred Sinclair invests generously and transforms it into an oasis of milk and honey deep in the desert. Casinos, luxury resorts, biome parks brimming with synthetic life, and round-the-clock festivities, this Prados is a city built to revel in unbridled pleasure. After the streamlined Silver Express glides across the desert, there's always at least one traveler who isn't napping or savoring their meal. A single glance outside, that fortunate onlooker spots a shimmering skyline at the horizon of endless sand and cacti. So sudden yet so captivating. Under the glaring sun or silvery moon, the Lucky 38 Casino's spiral tower rises beside the crimson peaks of the horizon. Its radiance stirs hearts with every glimmer. At the very moment, the first traveler to witness this breathtaking view often goes rigid with awe, unable to tear their gaze away. As soon as they recovered, they caught everyone on board with the special train. But none of this has anything to do with the outcasts living on the street. There's no sign saying I can't bark here. Man shoots an annoyed look at his hydrogen-powered car parked by the curb. Nearby meter blinks a bold pain. Fortunately, his beloved ride has already been impounded. Let me check. During rush hour, parking on Central Avenue is off limits. Everywhere else follows the standard rate of the fee breakdown charged by the hour. Fine. It's bad enough the arcade bleed me dry, but now this crummy road has to pick my pockets too. You want my money? Sure, take it. Nothing happens on display, and the red lock light under the tires suddenly stays lit. You gotta be kidding me. This dump still makes you pay with tokens. Snaps his foot against the fare meter's thin post, pouring all his anger into a rebellion against these merciless rules. What a dinosaur. Even the dealers are AI these days. Why make a fuss over these tiny details? I still have a single copper or gold coin in my name. Do you really think I'd be in such a hurry? Couples non-stop circling the vehicle as if he might magically unlock it just by walking around. There's no idea there's a little figure in a cloak standing right behind them. It's a blue-haired girl whose dirty cheeks make him think of the grimy smears you'd see in old machinery when it fails. Look, I'm sorry. I've already had the worst day ever. Go find someone else to bother. As if he's still fuming, he throws one last furious glare at the sprawling entertainment complex in the distance. See over there? Those folks are rolling in cash. More than they could ever spend. If you find your way in, don't be shy. He's asking for whatever you need. No, that's not it. I can help you. Huh? Without another word, the wandering girl walks directly to the fare meter. From under her cloak, she produces a simple necklace. One cord needed for a small piece of metal. Whoa, hold on. What do you think you're doing? She pays no mind to the driver's frantic shouts. Instead, she lifts the thin cord and gently slips the metal piece into the fare meter's coin slot. The expression shifts as realization dawns on him and steps back to watch the spectacle unfold before his eyes. Ah, I see. Like when you fake putting in coins in a machine. Gold gauges of force for pinpoint accuracy. Did it work? Yes. The indicator flickers green for a split second, instantly erasing the source of the driver's mounting frustration. The girl takes a slender cord and carefully wraps it around the metal shard as if cradling an infant in soft blinking. Little girl. He runs a hand along his chin, eyeing the security lock that was cracked in no time. But really, what's the point? I guess you don't have any fancy gadget to receive money transfers anyway. So tell me, how should I pay you back? As he opens the car door, his voice shifts to a blatantly insincere drawl. If fate allows us to meet again someday, then perhaps we... It's alright, sir. You ever come across another child like me? Someone still holding on to their food vouchers or tokens? Please remember to lend them a hand. The little girl does a small twirl, steps out of parking space, and vanishes swiftly around the corner. Beneath the umbrella across the street, a sharply dressed agent observes everything with unwavering focus. Oh, so this is going to be about Discord. Her nerves are on edge. Vigilance is second nature, but that minor incident just moments ago has left her unaware of her surroundings. She's being followed. Make matters worse, the alley ahead isn't dead. I'd like to have a chat with you, if that's alright. It's nothing like she expected. There's not a trace of menace in his voice. He even keeps a few paces back, giving her plenty of space to breathe. For now, at least she's not in any trouble. Let's play a game. Here's a small metal disc. No bigger than a thumb, in a suit pocket, and shows it in the center of his palm. This little coin isn't like those flashy tokens you can only use at the City of Entertainment. Back when Los Prados was just a humble ranching town long ago, people used coins like this as real money. Keeps it as brief as possible while explaining where the game item comes from.
So what's it worth in credit these days?
Don't worry. Any seasoned collector with a keen eye knows just how valuable this antique is. Got a good look? The front side shows an old man's portrait, and on the back,
It looks like a vicious bird with some strange letters I can't decipher.
she can make out the spinning core's tiniest detail. Oh, right, yeah, because she couldn't, like, read or write. Because Disco was asking, the teacher later, if they both make it to Babylonia.
We'll play with this coin. If you win, you can keep it.
Keeps her face tucked beneath the cloak, worrying of being seen, but she still gives us a small nod.
The rules are simple. I'll flip this coin and catch it. Before I open my hand, you tell me it'll be the old man's face or the eagle. I understand.
Let's begin. Toss a small coin to the air with a sharp flick of his thumb and forefinger, then spreads his other hand wide to spin it in midair. Just as the coin meets his skin, he snaps his fist shut with unyielding force.
The old man.
Stranger extends his hand, each finger unfolding with delicate care. In the sunlight, the weathered portrait of her old man shivers like a gem. She sits motionless, lifting her head up just for a moment. Her eyes a glimpse of a flicker of fear, weariness, and unspoken plea. Inches closer, step by measured step.
As promised, this is yours now.
Like a weary stray, drawn by the promise of food, the girl shuffles closer in tiny steps, eyes locked onto a circular object. In a flash, she slips her hand out from beneath her cloak and snatches her belonging from the man's palm.
That coin you're so fond of, what does it look like?
Think I could have a peek? The girl jolts backward in a sudden startled step.
That's definitely not a coin. It's something left behind on that puppy.
The prize she just won growing warm in her hand, a sudden pang of sadness wash over.
I almost forgot. I haven't even asked you your name yet. I'm Rosewater, the tailor.
It's as though a single word hit a raw nerve. Girl's lips are quivering.
Discord. My name is Discord.
Those words, she takes out a tiny bundle tied with thin cord, revealing just a corner of her precious treasure under his gaze. Why not, as you notice? There's no coin at all. It's a dog tag. The dried blood stains from long ago still visible.
Discord. Have you come across a place called Pollard Orphanage before?
Doesn't want to do this. He never puts stock in destiny. Even though these homeless children are a burden no authority wants to claim, still receive vaccinations at the temporary shelter to protect public health. Because of this, every potential candidate's file is documented in exhaustive detail. The luck is beyond genetic measurement. One of the key factors in the lateral screening process. The scene poses his question. He's already condemned the girl. He has no choice but to follow through. Oh, what? So she's from there? As good as Prados. Polar orphanage.
The psychological assessment is finished. Candidate Discord has been successfully cleared of the final evaluation. Take her to see the others, and don't forget the plastic restraints. Then go over the basic rules with her again.
Leaving the rare paper files on the desk, the woman steps away and exits the room. Rosewater keeps his eye fixed on the anatomical chart hanging behind the door. The vivid hand sketch illustrations unsettling, tangled red, yellow, and white, forming a bizarre petal-like shape. Human brain.
May the Lord forgive us.
A training uniform isn't bad at all. Compared to some ragged cloak, this thing's practically comfortable. For children who wander the alleys, cleanliness feels almost offensive. The clothes they expect to be grimy but comforting are instead polished smooth, the carved reliefs you'd find in a gaudy entertainment hall.
First rule, you must remain in either your standard uniform or training fatigues. Or training fatigues at all times, unless it's after lights out. Second, follow the instructor's whistle in every command. No exceptions. Third, you must strap your wrist to the bed frame before you sleep, so the wolves won't feast on you in the dead of night.
His under well-defined hand offers a bright orange-yellow bar, roughly the width of 2 fingers.
This is your dorm. Tomorrow at 5 on the dot, the whistle sounds for wake-up. Mean the courtyard for morning drills. Don't be late.
She peers at the flat, ordinary-looking tool, curiosity flickering in her eyes as she wonders at what it might be. She doesn't notice her contact slipping out of the room, nor does she sense the growing cluster of hostile stares creeping ever closer. My bad. I just really need to like take a break from just reading stuff, and I also wouldn't really been able to do voices for those children, so I was like, "Fuck it." Second, follow the instructor's whistle on every command, no exceptions. That was no simple whistle. Tall silhouette drifts toward the entrance. He stepped place where it dances precise grace. Read those rowdy brats, they might as well be from another planet.
Hello there. I'm Eleanor. Welcome to Polar.
A stranger graciously offers a hand to Discord. The ones who used to torment her feel no trace of the same delight, shrink away as if they just caught a whiff of some unseen plague. She looks as if a bug had just stung her, then flicks her wrist and hands that scrap of metal back to its owner. The crowd scatters in no time, and everyone drifts back to their own bunks. If it's this moment that Discord notices that those impossibly smooth fingertips peeking out from lavish, ruffled floor cuffs. First rule, must remain either your standard uniform or training fatigues at all times, unless it's after lights out. But the dress clearly doesn't fit into either category.
I'm Discord. Thank you.
Palm feels as cold as an early winter spring. inviting and sharp. The absence of warmth unsettles her just enough to make her uneasy. A piercing whistle echoes through the corridor. No further instructions are needed, shown to move in lockstep with precision-built machines, or like precision-built machines carrying out the same routine. Jackets off, neatly folded, tucked into the wardrobe, tap on the integrated forearm terminal of their undershirt, bending unfurled, and lie down. Every sound they make is perfectly synchronized without a single moment out of place.
Bedtime already, huh?
She snaps out of it, she realizes it's just her and Eleanor left standing in the room. Reaches for a zipper of her training suit, only to feel a cold hand gripping hers. She gestures for Discord to wait just a moment. Of course, a crisp click echoes through the dim dormitory. The children nestle under their blankets carry out the last bedtime ritual, pressing one wrist against the metal bed frame, then snapping the orange band into place with a swift flick. What appears to be a sturdy frame instantly folds in of itself, taking the shape of a handcuff.
Come on, your bed's right here next to mine.
Discord's gut feeling says that Maiden suits the poised figure in front of her. She can't even recall which club she picked up that word from. Eleanor guides you to the far corner of the room. To her surprise, there's a tiny vent window set onto the wall.
You ever think about how a restraint strap could double as a musical instrument? I don't understand. Kind of like a pipe you can blow a tune through, a little string that hums the moment you pluck it.
Straightforward thought, though a bit out there. Eleanor offers a gentle smile and carries on.
Just like this.
With her delicate bare fingertip, she raises the small orange piece, and it settled near the slim metal rim of the nightstand.
It's all about the right amount of force.
Flicks her fingertip ever so slightly, sending the slender band vibrating against the metal surface and eliciting a soft, strangely captivating chime. Her nails so soft. It's as though she's afraid to disturb the music.
Shall I go on? This piece happens to be one of my favorites.
She repeats the motion, and the clear, delicate notes permeate the hush around them, wrapping the narrow gap between the beds in a gentle melody. Third, you must strap your wrist to the bed frame before you sleep, so the wolves won't feast on you in the dead of night. Ultimately, we've all grown past the point where a tale like this could scare us. In the darkness, Discord picks up the soft sound of rustling. Children, their instincts molded by obedience, proceed under the covers in a push and pull of yearning and rebellion. Yes, so many once bright hopes have been subdued and turned to fear. A heartbeat, that passage came to a close.
Wouldn't you like to try? I don't understand. No worries. Take your time.
Observing the anxious child, fastened up straight to the bed headboard, the girl gently directs her hand to the rest of the first notes of the performance. Unsteady noise echoes out, but thanks to the instrument's small size, the acid quiet is jarring.
See? So easy to make it sing.
Discord notices Eleanor struggling to hold back her laughter, but in the end she just lets it burst out. Life of hardship has sharpened her senses, allowing her to pick up even the slightest trace of malice. Yet to her ears, there's no hint of ridicule in that laughter. The only warmth in this otherwise frigid dorm. For reasons she can't quite explain, Discord suddenly recalls the cafeteria's towering mound of hot mashed potatoes smothered in gravy. And yes, it's even cozier than a belly full of mashed potatoes.
But now, it feels off. It doesn't have the same ring to it.
Blush is feeling a bit self-conscious.
Then how about you play backup for me next time? Alright, I'll give it a shot.
Except for her girl before her, seems like a bird cloaked in a sheer veil, reaching out to her to the endless grey hush. Only gently takes a hand and strums the slender, warm-hued instrument again.
Honestly, no matter how I play it, the sound stays so flat. It's nowhere near pleasing to the ear.
On Discord's memory, the melody is so tender and soothing, almost like a lullaby. For a long, soft notes drift through the room. Single strands of moonlight filter in through the round vents, leaving a fractured lunar solar glare across the one planes.
So this Eleanor, is she the one who later became Eleanor Sinclair, the heiress to Los Prados? Yes, after her adoptive parents passed away in an accident, she was taken in by her adoptive father's sister, Manzana. She's been missing ever since.
Ah, wait, what? Oh yeah, it would be her adoptive parents at that point, because yeah, that's how they made sure we're over there. And plus how it's like people, or that one old man was confused how like, how could she have inherited it even though she's like not their legitimate child, you know?
It seems certain that she and Manzano meet their end in Los Prados during the height of the outbreak.
Who would have guessed that little blue-haired girl has such a heartbreaking past? Funny look the woman can't stand creeps back over his face. How can this institution possibly allow a candidate who breaks the rules to do whatever they please? Khan abruptly changed the subject.
It's connected to our training program. Knowledge can be taught or even erased, but only conditioned responses stay branded deep within the nerves. We don't contaminate those special chosen minds with indoctrination. Instead, we keep each candidate's body in working order to obedience trials and mandatory fitness drills.
The body is nothing but a vessel for the mind. Such cold-bloodedness. I like it. And also, I guess now it also explains how was Lilith able to kill Rosewater, right? Because even if she was with Manzano, it's like, that would need like years of experience. So, especially considering it's like, he's supposed to be a trained warrior. Or not a trained warrior, a trained agent, right? From like the Poland agency. But surprising how he didn't remember her in that one. Or maybe it's just because she never made direct contact with those two. Or at least just like directly with Rosewater. Oh no, but then again, Rosewater is supposedly like Discord's father, right? So I guess that's not necessarily the case. Or I don't even know anymore, honestly. Kind of losing track of that part.
I don't recall asking for your running commentary.
This protracted account has to keep her in the past, only for a fleeting moment. The instant the woman briefly reclaims her lost majesty. Hey, there's no need to get so worked up. I'm so dying to know how this story concludes.
Progress on the death row inmate experiments crawls along at a snail's pace. These so-called mad scientists think they can skip straight to uploading, merging, or even transferring memory. Pure fantasy, if you ask me. That's why the old man gave the go-ahead for us to use these candidates directly in wetware concept trials when the moment is right.
Project Winter wound up taking that same misguided detour, didn't it? Humans never learn from their mistakes. Speaking of which, our people recently swung by Fort Winter for the first time in ages, because the stubborn old relic Godwin shift his research toward military constructs as soon as possible. Even though you faced countless setbacks, all your hard work is finally paying off right when humanity needs it most.
It won't be long before none of this has anything to do with me.
Don't be so pessimistic. Now, where were we? Eleanor.
That girl stands out as the strongest candidate by every standard. We hold dance classes to improve their physical coordination. They don't need to grasp chords or notes. They just need to follow the melody and match their movements accordingly. Before long, we realized that just after one session, Eleanor can recreate the music on her own portable device. Finch Frank's IQ scale, B7 behavior recognition template, exists as quantification cognition. In every test, Eleanor outperforms all the other candidates.
Oh, I see how it is. That poor girl who's about to have her brain cut open first. She's pretty unfortunate, isn't she? If she wants to doll herself up or do something outrageous, well, let her knock herself out. Because don't mind her exaggerated eye roll, firing back with a deadpan jab.
But the experiment the old man is counting on never happens.
Still not finished. I'm about to run out of space in my report. Oh right, what was that tune Eleanor played for the blue-haired girl?
I had no idea you could still find the time for something so idle. A very classic choice, nothing special about it. Franz Liszt, Tannhauser, Overture.
Okay, finally, I'm almost at the 50. Wait, how much? Right now, like, what's the actual percentage? I just have to know. Just so I can make sure how much I have to do left for another stream. Because seriously, it's been like 3 hours and 45 minutes. Even if I am voicing my thoughts, like, damn, I'm not halfway through. 48. You know what? I'll take it. But before we end the stream, I did see that there's a boss fight that technically has to do with Manzano, I think, so I actually do want to fight her. So we'll do the easy levels first, and then we'll change, or then we'll tackle the other ones later. I know this might spoil me, but still, I might as well, you know? And I think for the first 3 rounds, we'll make it fair. We'll go with Dark Team only.
私が隊長。待って本気なの。
I do need to make this team better though.
わかった。でもわかったよ。
Because I need Lamia's and Karenina's signature weapon. I need their cubs. Because I've already hyper-tuned her, what's it called? Her memories. I'm close to getting mines ready for hyper-tuning for Lilith, and I haven't started Karenina's because again, I want to focus on the other units that I would prioritize more. But yeah, let's go ahead and do it. I'm actually curious how Lady Manzano is going to fight. Where is this taking place in? Would it be like a recreation of Lucky 38?
私がかけられるチップはまだ残ってるわ。
Oh no, she's
例
a
えば
gun.
愛しの
That's not
姪っ
good.
子とかそうでしょ。
Oh boy. Okay, let's do this shit. Wait, what? Oh, okay, she's got some skill. Ooh. Oh, great, she has one of these moves. No!
邪魔だ。はあ。
私の目の前から泡のように消えろ。はあ。
Oh,
出て
what?
いけ。邪魔者め。滅びろ。静かに出ていけ。滅びろ。沈め。海の底に。 私の目の前からねどけ邪魔だはあ最高のゲームをお見せしましょう
Alright.
オールインそれともアウト幸運なお客様どけ行くよほら指揮
I
官
know
様
it's not fully charged, but I just want to.
欲望に溺れた彼らをご覧あれ無駄な抵抗
Ooh.
ファーストサ未練の国蹴るチャンスをあげます
虫けら風情が。
There we go. Wait, are we actually gonna make this a cutscene? Or is she gonna have a second form?
本当に気持ち悪いわね。腐った寄生虫風情が。行かせないわ。選別はまだ始まってない。
I wonder what she meant by that. Like her own filtering, possibly? Like for her survival of the fittest? Or does she mean like the actual filtering, like she actually knows something about it? I'd be intrigued if she actually somehow knows about it. I don't know how she would, but that would be a nice twist. Alright, we'll go again, same team. Yeah, I think I did decent. Could be better, but still. Alright, let's do it.
静かにしろ私の目の前からねどけ邪魔だ未練の国泡のように
Lost it just in
消えろ
Ooh,
出ていけ
ビロン
Yeah, connected.
静かにし
Just kind of
滅びろじゃ出ていけ
now,
滅びろ
now.
沈め海の底に最高のゲームをお見せしましょう。オールインそれともアウト？どけ邪魔だ。行くよ。血を流す覚悟がなくどけ邪魔だ。私の目の前から静かに未練なく生ける泡のように消えろ。出ていけ。はあ滅びろ。出ていけ。滅びろ。出ていけ。はあ滅びろ。出ていけ。滅びろ。邪魔者め。はあ出ていけ。滅びろ。沈め海の底に最高のゲームをお見せしましょう。はあどけ邪魔だ。行くよ。青春虫けら風情がオールインそれともアウト？幸運なお客様。こんなものなの？幸運なお客様。ほら指揮官様欲望に溺れた彼らをご覧あれ。はあファーストスラッガー変化。未練なくいけるチャンスをあげましょう。行くよ。はあクズめ食らえ。どこ見てんだよ。全部消え失せ。はあクズめファーストスラッガー変化。未練なくいけるチャンスをあげましょう。私が教えた技術を忘れたの？本当に静かにしろ。私の目の前から未練なくいけるチャンスをあげましょう。はあ未練の泡のように消えろ。出ていけ。滅びろ。はあ出ていけ。滅びろ。邪魔。未練なくいけるチャンスをあげましょう。スケラ風情が。
There we go. Nice. Alright, we can do one more, I think. Ooh, that one took a bit longer because I didn't just want to like only use Lambia. I want to use the whole team, you know? Alright. let's actually change things up and start with the
この一曲は私がディーラーを務めましょう。
私がかけられるチップはまだ残ってるわ。例えば愛しの姪っ子とか、そうでしょ。
オールイン、それともアウト？どけ、邪魔だ。
こんなものなの？
こうどけ、ほら指揮官様欲望に溺れた彼らをご覧あれ。オールイン、それともアウト？血を流す覚悟がなければどけ、邪魔だ。幸運なお客さん、ほら指揮官様
まだまだ。
オールイン、それともアウト？幸運なお客様、どけ、邪魔だ。
こんなものなの？
ほら指揮官様欲望に溺れた彼らをご覧あれ。オールイン、それともアウト？どけ、じゃいくよ。
こんなものなの？風法か実弾か、どっちだと思う？
欲望に溺れた彼らをご覧あれ。オールイン、それともアウト？どけ
虫けら風情が。
幸運なお客さん、
こんなものなの？
血を流す覚悟がなければほら指揮官様欲望に溺れた彼らをご覧あれ。オールイン、それともアウト？幸運なお客さん、邪魔だ。どけ、邪魔だ。いくよ。どけ、邪魔だ。
こんなものなの？
ほら指揮官様欲望に溺れた彼らをご覧あれ。オールイン、それともアウト？幸運なお客様、どけ、いくよ。どけ、邪魔、いくよ。
私が教えた技術を忘れたの？
どけ、邪魔だ。
God damn it! I was trying to make it a lift only. Well, but damn it! I accidentally pressed a bit extra for that. Fine, I'll finish it up. Damn it! A bit extra. I was trying to finish it with my ult. But whatever, I'll take it.
本当に気持ち悪いわね。腐った寄生虫風情が行かせないわ。選別はまだ始まってない。
Whew. That fight was tough, I'm gonna tell you. But hey, ultimately I had fun with it, because honestly, I thought she was gonna be like, it was either gonna transform her into like some kind of beat. Well, then again, I guess I haven't tried the other levels yet, so I can't be certain of it. But actually seeing her like actually fight hands on, I mean, I respect the woman. She's badass. But alright, I think with that, this will be a good place to end the stream for now. Don't worry, we will try to complete this on the next stream, but I probably will use a different team. I might at least try to live one with this next time, just to see how I can do. Because I mean, to be fair, I at least myself think I did pretty well for this one, especially with a team that's still pretty incomplete as they are. Because like I said, there's a lot that I could still hope for in this. Because I need to get the right stats for these upper residences, so then I can do the hype to like hyper tune the memories, so then she'll be at a better capacity. Lamia, I was actually initially gonna try to get the shards for her, but I actually want to do it for I'm actually doing that for Chang Ying, right? Or Han Ying, my bad. I don't know why I said Chang Ying. Is it for like a different character in a different game or something? But yeah, I'm trying to get Han Ying to that level because I really want to finish up my physical team. Because Elisa is already double S rank. Oh, where is she on this? I have her here. Oh, right here. I already have her double S rank. She has her weapon. She has her memories and her hyper tune. I just need her cub. For Bianca, I at least have her memories and her hyper tune. But I don't have her weapon yet. And let's see. And then yeah, Hanyi's the last one because it's like your weapon's not the best. I at least have her cub, and I know I have to hyper tune, or I have to fix her resonance because this is just stuff I put myself just because I was doing it at random and want to see the difference between that. But now it's like I see like, oh damn, this is not the most optimal for her. So that's why it's like I try to work on this for now, just to evolve her to double S, and Lamia for not Lamia, Lilith with her memories. And then once I'm done with that, then I can go to Han Ying to focus on her memories, so then I can strengthen her for my physical team. And then we're going to getting to double S rank. That'll be the thing I do for Lamia, because she's one of the only few of my metas left that I have to get to double S rank at the minimum. Because I can do the same at least for Lee as well, for my fire team, so then I can at least have fun with trying to switch him out with Lucy every now and then, and not like always make it just like only Lucy from now on, because I really do like the way Lee Hyperreal actually fights. I do want to use him more often. Same for BRS, but unfortunately, even though I have Hyper Tuner and everything, it's like I just can't get her to double S because they don't have her shards anymore. It's like, fuck, why can't we find a way to like exchange for shards for collabs? Like for the Nier Automata characters from like before and then this now. So it's like, it really does suck, but it's like, I'll never be able to get her that. And especially like her weapon, like I won't be able to get like her best weapon and gun, but again, it is what it is. I mean, I still use it for fun at times, but yeah. And then I also had to work on doing the memories for Shu Shukra and for Lev Imperi as well, because both of those, I need to work on their resonance immediately. But again, that's for later, because they're not my main like teams and attackers and whatnot, and then their weapons as well. But again, I'm not paying for weapons, you know. I'm not that crazy or anything like that. And of course I will have to do it for Isla, but again, she's my least concerned character just because like I usually fight with Wanshi and Chushukro when it comes to the icy stuff. I put her in at some times, but I usually have more fun with the other two. At least just for myself anyway. But anyway, I hope you guys did enjoy the stream for today. I did at least make decent progress. We're halfway through this floating record, and I have to say, I honestly do really enjoy it right now. It's really putting a different perspective on the whole thing, because again, showing us another side of what humanity was like about during the Golden Age, and then the shift from the Golden Age after the punishing virus had been implanted into the world. You know, it's really fascinating kind of seeing these different things, and again, revealing different ways that other people have kind of like been impacted about it, like Kurino, some of the other scientists and stuff. It just really piques my interest, you know. But anyway, let me give a shout out to both AZN Total 169 and Caesar Alpha 50 for both showing up this stream. Great seeing you guys here. Like I said, tomorrow I probably will stream. I'll see whether it'll be Trails of the Sky 3rd or Honkai Star Rail, because again, I need to make progress in both those games. And later tonight, I'm gonna do some more grinding for Atelier Yumiya, just like gather resources and all that stuff. Try to get ready for the end game. But anyway, if you guys did enjoy the streams but not already following the channel, please make sure to leave a follow. Much appreciated. Check out my YouTube channel, post all VODs, and subscribe as well. Join Discord, you guys not already. Links to all those are on the channel. But this has been Santos Voice. I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. I'll see you guys next time. We're out.
自ら楽園を飛び出し、人間の欲望を糧として人の道理をおもちゃにする魔女リリス。その名を口にするだけで呪われそうでしょ。これからは私をエレノアと呼んでもいいんですよ。その代わり今ここでご馳走をいただいても